Man, Gunchannels is a real lively bunch this morning. Holy shit. Or did the link I put out not work? Crap. No, it must work because I'm in here now. It's almost like we're a bunch of day one members. Oh, I don't want to go in. It's too scary. So I'm in the shop. I made it to work. It only took an hour to get here. Heat index has us at 107 already, which I know for some of you people further west, that's normal, but it's pretty warm out. It's about 10 degrees cooler than it was a couple of years ago, but it's still hot as shit outside. Waiting to log in. I put my machine to sleep every day here at the shop because it takes forever for the damn thing to boot up when I first get in. And now it found a new way to make me wait. Coming out of sleep mode. I actually do have a subject I wanted to talk about today, but I don't know how far I can expand on it by myself. Something to do with companies designing things with built-in obsolescence because you see them every day. There are things out there that weren't disposable before that are now. I'll give you just a real vague example. If you look at a Ford Explorer from like the late 90s to the early 2000s, there's this panel right above the back window. Sorry, right below the back window, part of the tailgate. And usually somewhere in the vicinity of the Ford logo in the middle, you'll see a crack right through it, top to bottom of the entire panel. It's not always in the same place, but it's usually right around the Ford badge. That panel's made out of plastic. I think Ford did a recall on it. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure they must have because I saw hundreds of them with that crack in it. And they replaced it with exactly the same part. And today I was driving to work and I saw one that the entire panel was missing. Like it was just you could see the wiggle line for the glue. And the panel wasn't even there. Like the guy just said, "Fuck it, I give up." And I thought about it. And it's like you can tell when a manufacturer gives up on a design or builds it to be absolutely inferior and obsolete if they don't offer a correct aftermarket solution or if a third party doesn't come up with one, which in this case would have been someone would have just rolled a piece of aluminum as a replacement panel and sold that, and it would have been a one-time fix. Like nobody's ever going to restore a Ford Explorer, obviously, but maybe someone will because people still restore old Suburbans, like 60s, 50s model Suburbans. But I don't think you'll ever see a Ford Explorer get restored, mainly because nobody will have that fucking part. Now I was thinking about it, and I'm like, think of those people who bought a Remington R1. I think it's an R1, right? That weird one that didn't never worked, and then they eventually just recalled them all. It's like the same thing. There's a couple of people who held out and kept theirs. My local's one of them. He was like, yeah, maybe it'll be worth something someday. No, it won't. Nope, never. Because nobody will ever find the correct fix for it. So what's the point? Nobody even bothered to come up with a third party solution. I'm trying to think of like all the different weapons out there that were designed the same way. Maybe because it was a stopgap, maybe not. But manufactured obsolescence is really a shitty way to do business, if you ask me. But I mean, the thing is you're a business. You have to come up with the latest and greatest, the new and improved. So you have to make something that's going to become old and inferior eventually, right? But I mean, at least when it turns old and inferior, it should take some time. People should get some use out of it, not complain about it, not have to demand recalls for it. Good God, you guys are still bashing Jonas. He takes it very well, though. He knows we're not trying to be mean, but I don't know. I'm surprised it hasn't worn thin on him yet. I know he hates being called Jonas, though. So I heard one person died and 7 people got injured because a Ohio carnival ride decided to fling its passengers off or something. That's pretty scary. The whole thing's caught on camera, too. Meanwhile, here in Houston, we're dealing with some dude who decided to go crazy, run around town naked, harassing people in gated communities by wiggling his junk in front of the open gate. And then all of a sudden he decided he didn't need it anymore. He cut it off. Don't take bath salts, kids. Yeah, they caught him. They got him already. But for him, the damage has been done. Oh, you made it after all.
Morning, Sean.
Hey.
God damn, that took me about 10 minutes to get freaking logged in.
Yeah, my machine has to. It takes that long every day just because it's the way it is. It's just old. Bieber hits a paparazzi with his car. Awesome.
Kind of cloudy here, so might be a raindrop or two deflecting the signal of my cell phone.
I ain't getting any rain. Not till like Monday. It's gonna be fucking hot. Like I'm dreading going outside right now because I had to find things to do. Sucks. I got an order that's going to go to Hawaii, which is not a big deal. It's just the shipping that this guy chose. Yeah, I don't think it'll cover shipping. And it's like, you live on an island. Why would you pick a ground delivery? I just want to grab these people by the shoulders and go, explain to me how I'm going to drive there.
Well, you know, they have cargo ships.
Still not ground.
That's how they can send you shit from China for like 40 cents.
That's how we get a lot of our shit, actually.
I bought some little, they call them string trees. They're just a little thing that you put on a guitar to help with string tension. And I just, on a whim, I bought them off eBay for a penny a piece. That's what I bid, and I won the bid. And shipping was a penny on each one. I bought like 2 dozen.
That's because they make the money on the markup, which wasn't much anyway.
And
that's a classic business ploy. We do that here too.
So for like 50 cents, I got what would it cost me, you know, $12 here.
Yeah.
Of course, I had to wait 6 weeks to get them, which is fine.
Yeah, if you're not in a hurry for them, it's not a big deal. I do that from time to time. I'll wait. Like, I think Matt did a review on these too, but those like copy the imitation diamond head. Hang on, I'll be right back. They're starting on me already.
All right. While he's gone, I'm going to look at what Smig's posted here.
Hey guys, what's going on? Adam Sider here with Boeing Entrepreneur. So, I wanted to explain to you guys why most sellers $1 million in sales on Amazon FBA. It's not that difficult, but what most people don't realize is they don't learn. Take notes. That's all you have to do. If you're sitting there watching this YouTube video, another YouTube video, maybe watching something on Periscope, or picking up someone's over on Instagram or Facebook, whatever it is.
Never mind, I don't give a shit.
All right. So the diamond head flip up sites, the artificial ones, or the fake ones, or the Chinese copy ones, or whatever. I ordered a set just to have them because I know that they're going to take a while to get here. But most people who've used them or reviewed them for backup sites or whatever, they're perfectly fine. I'm not trying to do sub MOA. I'm trying to do combat accuracy, which as long as they're not bent, they'll do that. And they're what, $30 as opposed to $200 for the originals.
I don't really ridicule the Chinese stuff. Yeah. A lot of people go on about the Chinese shit being junk, but not all of it is.
Only at first. Like when it gets to Mark II or Mark III, then they're, you know what I mean? Like the second and third iterations, then they usually get better after they sell a bunch of them. Car industry is the exact same way. Toyota made miserable little rot boxes at first. Now look what they're making. BMW is the same way. Porsche was the same way. Actually, Porsche was never that big. Porsche always built the 911, so it was never meant to be cheap in the first place. But I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like Hyundai, Kia, Toyota, Honda, they all started the same way. They built stuff that wasn't up to snuff, but once they sold enough of them, the R&D got better, and then the quality got better.
Well, yeah, Porsche's just about got the 911 where it won't try to kill you.
They solved that back in like 2002-ish. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like the 80s model, the 70s and 80s models, those things were like death traps. But then again, they were death traps to people who drove them like idiots. If you just daily drove them every day without, with stop and go traffic and just low speed or whatever, they were fine. I mean, one guy actually.
Nobody ever hacks on the old Volkswagen Beetles, but they were the same damn way.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a guy who did a study on that, and he could make the Beetle do the exact same thing that the Porsche the same era was doing. Mechanically losing control or whatever, because it was set up similar.
I've been in one that did that.
Raphael gets in one every day.
It was kind of a perfect storm of shit happening, but still, it happened.
Oh, yeah. Happened to James Dean. Actually, James Dean's death was completely unnecessary. He originally wanted a you probably saw the story. He wanted a Lotus 10. And when they were building them in the 50s, the Lotus 10 had Dunlop disc brakes, but it was considered a national secret, I guess. They didn't want to share it with the rest of the world. So when an American wanted to buy it, they back ordered him because they wanted to put drum brakes on his. And he didn't want to wait for the car because he wanted to race it in some sort of charity event, celebrity charity event thing. So he turned around and he bought the Porsche, and then the Porsche killed him. I think his was a 356.
It was a fucking mess after he got done with it.
Oh yeah. And then the really strange thing was his car eventually was completed. with the disc brakes. I don't think it ever left England, though. Matter of fact, it was one of the restoration options. Remember when they did that? They had like Princess Diana's Range Rover, and they had James Dean's car, and they had what's his name? They had that old 37 Chrysler that went through the lake, the duck pond or whatever. That was he's still alive. Keith Richards Chrysler.
Well, I know for some really bizarre reason, George Barris ended up with Dean's Porsche for a long time. I don't know if he still got it or not.
He's dead. But yeah, I think I know what you mean. He wanted it. He wanted it just like Paul McCartney, wanted most of the rights to Michael Jackson's music. I think it was the same kind of concept. Oh, let me be the custodian of this. Let me take care of this piece of history. Which is funny because I heard a counter story saying that Michael Jackson did the exact same thing to Paul McCartney. They bought each other's music rights at the time.
The Jackson did outbid McCartney to buy the Beatles music. And McCartney was extremely pissed off over that for a lot of years. But not at Michael Jackson. He was pissed off at Yoko Ono because she wouldn't split the cost.
He never liked her anyway.
He was probably the richest musician on planet Earth, and he couldn't come up with the dough.
Not all at once. $550 Spider.
I met Barris a long time ago, too, at a freaking car show here in Peoria, of all places. He was doing a freaking tour with the cars he created for TB.
Oh, he brought the Lincoln Futura Batmobile, huh?
He had the Batmobile, and he also had a couple of those from the Munsters.
Yeah, I used to
Dragon
love those.
Coffin.
Dragula.
And that thing that looked like a stagecoach with the blown small block Chevy or whatever the hell it was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are really awesome.
And there was a number more. I mean, he had brought like a freaking dozen cars. But, oh, yeah, he had monkeys. That station wagon monkey mobile thing was there. That's actually a fucking cool car up close. Pontiac GTO Phantom wagon.
Did he built Black Beauty, didn't he? For the Green Hornet?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that was a sweet ride. Actually, you know what? I really liked the Black Beauty that was used in the remake movie, too.
That was actually a cool freaking car, too.
That was a Continental, right?
I think so.
But he didn't build the body kit for the Mark, was it the Mark II or Mark III Continental that was used in the movie The Car? Remember that? It was that black car with like a almost Rolls Royce looking front end. Really scary looking.
I think he started on that.
I remember back then you could buy well, it was before my time, but I remember seeing articles and stuff in old magazines. You could have bought that body kit back then to convert yours to look like it.
Trying to remember what I read about that, because I think he initially started to build the car and then the show fell through. And
I got the movie.
They did not either go back to him or they didn't have a pro finish it. They just finished it themselves. Something like that.
He did like the design leg work, and then someone else, like a manufacturer, put together the kit. That's probably what's more likely happened. But I remember you used to be able to buy the kit. I think it was a Mark III Continental. And there was another movie called The Hearse, but that one wasn't very good. I was on like this scary car movie kick for a while.
Yeah, the ultimate, Christine.
Yep. I was really hoping that, like, he never redoes the same movie twice. That's what he says. But I used to hope that, or I used to wish that he would redo that one. Because the original with the four-door is Belvedere, not a Fury.
I wish they'd have done it more strictly in line with the book, and they probably couldn't have done that back then.
Yeah, like the one scene that I really wanted from the book. You remember when they were drinking and driving on New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
Like, looked across the Southern Cross beer or whatever. In that scene in the book, Dennis is looking out the window, terrified because everything outside of the window looks like 1958. But everything inside, you know, from inside the car, like he could see everything out there like it was 1958. It scared the shit out of him. They probably didn't CGI it back then, but now they did.
The one that I would like to have seen was where he was crushing that chunky kid in that little loading dock area.
Yeah.
And in the book, it said all four tires were spinning furiously as the car forced itself up in there.
All-wheel drive, right?
You betcha.
Dual made the Peterbilt 281, I think it was called, that model truck. It made it infamous. Like, I love it. If I ever come across a lot of money, I'd love to build take a brand new Peterbilt with a giant sleeper cab, but put like the 281 front end on it, so it has like a really classic look to it. I would just modern one up basically. I like the look of those. There's two types of people in this world: Kenworth people and Peterbilt people. I'm a Peterbilt person.
And then there's those of us with taste who like Marmon.
Well, you don't see many of those on the road. Not out here, at least. You know what I haven't seen is the International Lone Star yet on the road.
For you people that are on the Kenworth or Peterbilt, one side or the other, I hate to tell you, they come off the same fucking assembly line.
Really?
Yes, they do.
The frames or the bodies? Like, I would agree with the frames, probably, but I'm pretty sure the body works are done in different places.
Nope. Kenworth builds both of them. Now, Peterbilt used to be a Dutch company, but Kenworth bought them out. Hell back.
Oh, okay, so that would explain why then.
The 80s.
Yeah, that's fine. That International Lone Star is gorgeous. It's got like this Art Deco front end on it. Saab came out with a really good one, or not Saab. Well, yeah, it's Saab. Scania. They came out with a really nice one. It had a wraparound front windshield, modern as fuck. They never built it. They prototyped it. Everyone loved it. But then Saab went out of business and Scania took a hit. So.
Angry, one of his favorite movies is Duel. That was a real bad commercial for the old Valiant.
Yeah, it was. Great commercial for the Peterbilt, though. No, I got Duel. 1971, I think.
That slant six just wasn't up to the task of running away from the truck on the mountain.
Yep. Outsmarted them, though. That whole scene with the temperature gauge climbing. Fake news. You start overheating, that shit goes up quick. Like fucking almost instantly. That dude was like a businessman or something, right? Like he wasn't somebody mega or major. It was like a street level horror movie. If you really want to call it anything.
Yeah, it was definitely
road rage.
Cult flick about road rage.
And then Kurt Russell did one similar in the 80s. He was driving like a Jeep Cherokee with his wife and his kids, and they got run down by a truck too, right?
Yeah, what the hell was the name of that?
I haven't seen it in years. I kind of want to see it again, though. I'm gonna find it. Breakdown?
Yeah, Breakdown.
That was 97? Wow, I thought that was an 80s movie.
Too Hottie says he's there with Marco and Pink waiting to board a bus to trigger Con Range Day.
Oh, sweet. That might explain why it's so slow today.
Considering we're all jealous and whatnot, piss off.
I can live with it. Just take lots of pictures and videos and upload them to your channels and then link us later. Because
No kidding, I'm just kidding.
you get to go where we don't. It's off. Wait. Is it on the West Coast this year?
Well, I hope they ain't boarding a bus on the East Coast looking to go to the West Coast
Yeah, it'll take forever.
and get there before the month ends.
Yeah, Breakdown was dual-ish. There was another movie like that too. Well, not like that. There was another Christine-like movie, and it had a truck. And it was blacked out. It was an old Silverado. I can't remember what that one is either. I just remember it drove off a mountain or something at the end. I think. I don't
There
know how I
was
got this
a
far into car talk though.
dual-like movie, or the car-like movie that was called Hot Rod.
Is that the one with the old Lincoln? Or not the old Lincoln, the old Mercury?
I don't know what the hell it was. I honestly can't remember. I haven't seen it in 30 years, but it was just fucking terrible. I mean, it wasn't good enough to be called a C movie, let alone a B movie.
Hot Rod Horror, 2008. Does that sound about right?
No, this is way fucking older than that. This would have been made in the 60s, I'm sure. And I may have the name all wrong, too. As new information comes in, old information gets deleted, you know?
Yeah. I am masterful at making people forget their fucking PIN numbers.
I can't imagine that I wouldn't retain that and delete something much more important, but hey.
Version of it too. Okay. So it's a remake. I'm looking at these old freaking movie posters.
I get reminded of a bunch of those now that I've got the broadcast second channels on all the local TV channels because they play a bunch of them lame ass B movies all the time. And I just caught one the other day where they was doing all the car chase type stuff with dump trucks, old dump trucks, you know, like from the early 50s or earlier than that even. Maybe mid. I mean, it was kind of stupid because you could tell obviously a lot of it was speeded up a lot, but it just makes me think, man, they would make all kinds of shitty movies about any stupid goddamn thing, even back then.
Good times. I mean, it was literally a guy runs into the studio director's office and be like, I got this idea. And he would pitch this idea for like 2 minutes, you know, based off of one thought. And the guy was like, let's go with that. And then he would tell the scriptwriters the idea, and he's like, all right, now fill in the gaps.
Yeah, Macon County line with dump trucks.
Pretty much.
Or better yet, the chariot scene in Ben-Hur with dump trucks.
That sounds a little bit like a watered down version of Mad Max Fury Road. I gotta come up with 2 days worth of busy work. Jesus. See what happens when you overachieve. Yeah, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but I was talking about built-in obsolescence. It's kind of a theme based off what I saw on the way to work this morning. I was trying to think of like firearms that were like that. First one that came to mind for me was the Remington R1. It's either R1 or R9. I can't remember the name of it now. Like it's such a forgettable, clapped out piece of shit that I don't even want to remember it. But I just remember my locals got one and he kept it for nostalgia. He was like, "Oh, it'll be worth something someday to somebody." I'm like, "I don't think so." Is that pistol
That's
that they
probably the
recalled?
R1
Yeah,
because that's a piece of shit.
yeah, it's the one that they recalled.
That's it, the R1. The R9 is the new one.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, RP9 or R9 or something like that. No, I saw a Ford Explorer on the way to work that had that back panel missing. That's usually cracked on the back of everyone's around the Ford logo, and I was thinking like, nobody will ever restore one of these because nobody has ever made a third-party replacement piece for that wouldn't break. You know, they still make them out of plastic. And I thought, what kind of guns were like that? And the R1 was the first thing that came to mind. But I'm trying to think of other ones that were like that. Sigma, maybe?
Uh,
Before they came out with the VEs.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what the hell Smith & Wesson's game plan there was. Uh,
One of the wrongly categorized ones like that would be the Ross rifle. They eventually did sort out all the problems with it, but by then, the government gave up on it.
you know, the high-powered barn burner rifles are all in that category because the way they're designed, they burn the fucking barrel out at the throat.
You mean like Nathan's 375 H&H?
No, I mean like anything chambered in a 22 250 or a 2220 Swift or a 243, which surprised me to hear that 243 was in that club. But and I've run into a lot of guys lately who have burned up their barrels in their 243s.
Was standard use or just like repeated range sessions wearing them out prematurely?
Probably a little mixture there. I mean, they tend to take them to the range a lot more because we can't really hunt with them here, but they are a varmint capable gun, so that's probably most of what hunting they do. So. But I never realized until here recently that 243 was susceptible to that.
Ultra high velocity barrel burners. 270 Ross was like that, I think, at first too. I'll be right back.
What we were discussing was planned obsolescence of guns, basically, Angry, to answer your question.
The never-ending saga of the cute paralegal continues. They have a problem I can't fix over the phone.
Do what? I was watching Buzz Lightyear.
Now I had to do I've got a machine I can't fix over the phone, so they're gonna have to send it in. Been dealing with her for half a day. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's like, calling freaking Chevy dealer saying, "Can you change my oil over the phone?" No.
No, it was more like there's this knocking noise, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, it could be this sensor or this sensor or this sensor. It's like you can test it by going and having it scanned, or if you have a spare one, stick it in there, that kind of thing. I made her go through a couple of hoops because a lot of times the problem is not the machine, it's everything else that happens before you take it to my machine and replicate the hell out of it. But she's jumped through enough hoops, and I told her, I was like, you know what, just send it to me and I'll take a look. If I find anything, I'll let you know. If I can't, then I'll leave a list of suggestions on what to do next.
And if the knocking noise is coming from your Chevrolet or Ford or Dodge or whatever, you waited too damn long to change your oil.
Right. Traded in for Toyota. That discussion we had yesterday about GMC right before the end of the chat, that was pretty good. Like the explanation was really good. GMC doesn't do base model vehicles anymore. I was like, that's the difference right there.
GMC doesn't do what?
They don't generally do base model vehicles anymore. Like they only do trucks and SUVs, right? There is no GMC car. And usually when you get the trucks or the SUVs, they're the upscaled ones. They've got almost all the options already on them because that was their business platform. Like they do the Denali's and the Yukons and things like that. Whereas you can go to Chevrolet and get a standard 6-cylinder work truck if you still want to from them. Whereas GMC is like, we've got the High Sierra with this package and this package and this package. It's already got all this stuff on it, which is cool. And back in the day, GMCs were ever so slightly cheaper than the comparable Chevrolet, and that's no longer the case.
Well, back in the day, GMC wasn't a Chevy with a different fucking label on it, too. They had different engines and
I think they had the same engines.
Oh, no, GMC had some of their own because they were doing V6s back in the 60s. Chevrolet.
Oh, wait, you're right. That's right. GMC used the 305 Industrial V6. I had a friend with one of those. It was a really cool motor.
They also did the 355.
Yep. Yeah, for like the 1 tons. I remember those. I actually rebuilt the 305 one. It was cool, man. Those pistons were gigantic.
Yep.
Pretty sure I'm safe to say that the pistons were bigger than the 454 piston to make up the displacement.
I think they also did one right at 400 cubic inches too, although I'm not positive on that anymore.
Yeah, the majority of those engines were actually used for water pumps, like ground pumps. You see a lot of them out here in Texas, and they still support their engine because the dead giveaway was they had a tartan pattern vinyl covering over the valve covers. It was really cool.
Well, they were exceptionally durable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were made to run all day long.
Compared to the gasoline engines of the day, which 80 to 100,000 miles, about their lifespan, that GMC motor would go a lot longer than that if you took care of it.
Yeah, and everything was loose tolerance too, so it was like the AK-47 of small block engines. I think my Skype just died. Great. I hate my computer. I hate my work computer. I built it 10 years ago. I didn't think I'd still be using it. I gotta build another one. Oh, never mind. It unscrewed itself. Okay, so Angry suggested the 412 Rex, the MT412 Rex. Seems a little bit obsolete. The thing is, though, is does somebody make aftermarket parts for it? Because if it is, then it doesn't qualify. See, I'm thinking of weapons that were made that had a design flaw in them, where nobody bothered to try to fix it. They were like, no, just let it die. Let it go. Nobody will ever want one of these in 50 years or whatever.
Well, that's kind of like all them guns made out of Zamek. I mean, you can get stuff to fix them, but would you?
Yeah, because you'd have to get like a replacement frame or whatever. I guess that's a decent example. I'm pretty sure my Jetfire has an aluminum frame. And like Jetfires, Minxes, I don't think the Tomcats do though. I think they would have to steal for those. They're quite a bit heavier.
I really
Still wanna
kind of
get one.
thought that was the idea behind polymer guns, because polymer tends to degrade as it ages, or plastic does. I don't.
Yeah, but most of the time plastic degrades when it's exposed to like ultraviolet light for a long period of time. Like when people's headlights fog over, that kind of idea. But I mean, if it's in a safe and it's in a case or in a cool, dry place, it's not going anywhere. I bet the first, like the real first polymer guns though, I bet they stress cracked by now. You know, if they were used heavily or regularly up to this point, they're probably a little loose, slack, you know, coming apart, maybe. Funny thing though, Skies do that full stop. And I used to promote those things as a cheap alternative for, you know, concealed carry or whatever. But like after hearing about magazine feeding issues and like frame pins ovaling out and shit, I don't know anymore. I want to like them, but you can get a car for close to the same price. If you shop around, M&P's rebates are so good that you might not even want to bother.
I think their rebates are over now.
I heard two versions of that. One was the rebate thing ended June 30th, and the other one I heard that was extended till August like 18th or something. But I haven't seen any confirmation of the 18th thing. I've heard it from several sources. Like maybe the FFLs are predating or something. I don't know. Just to clear out inventory. Walter's got a rebate. That's right, for the CCP or something like that. They've got something going on. Yeah, I guess maybe the Sky would be a good example of that built-in obsolescence. And Sky offers the replacement parts currently, but I don't think anybody else bothers with it. So that might be an example of that. PPS and PPQ. Yeah, I would put Sky in that. Nobody's going to want one in 50 years. You know, one of the guns that I'm really surprised doesn't get more press or coverage or popularity or even suggestions is the Curve. I thought the idea was really neat. I really wanted one back then. I might still get one just to have it. But nobody's mentioned if they're mechanical assholes or not. But I thought the idea was cool. They came out with something new called the Contour, I think now, where you can pick like different colored frames and grips and inserts and all that. I think that's kind of neat too, but I mean that's more like a boutique gun, you know?
What gun is that?
I think it's called the Taurus Contour or something like that. I could be wrong about the name. It's just I remember it was a SHOT Show. You could pick like
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and they had that configurator thing where you can choose the colors. Somebody wanted to do it in the Minnesota Vikings colors, they could. Taurus missed a golden opportunity with that. They should have like picked up an NFL sponsorship, made one gun in every team's colors, and then displayed that at SHOT Show. Like you favorite NFL colors.
That's marketing to fucking yuppies and millennials.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's also putting guns in people's hands who weren't gun people before, maybe, you know? It's all positive marketing. I thought about getting one for my mom, like a stainless one with like teal inserts or something. Because I mean, they're good looking. They are good looking. It's undeniable. And if you make something look less scary to a novice, you know, they might be more inclined to pick it up. And if they like it, then they can start to learn about better guns, like the Glock 19. I'm not even a Glock guy, but I will fall back on that. I can't deny that that's not a good gun.
Smeggy posted a link. Seattle Times. Seattle moves to close the loophole in 15 minimum wage law.
I don't know, man. See, the problem with minimum wage right now is people need what you would call a minimum sustainable wage, because there are people who didn't go to college, or they couldn't afford to, or they had family situations where they all had to work to keep one house or something. You know what I mean? It's like that situation is far too common in this country, and it's like they're making $7.25 an hour. There's only 3 cities in the entire country where if you work for minimum wage, you could afford a 1-bedroom apartment and survive. I saw the list. And then there was a list of like the major cities in which you actually have to make to survive. I think New York, you had to make something like $29.75 an hour just to have a 1-bedroom apartment. That's ridiculous. But
Well, see,
going
that's
from
all them jobs Obama created was minimum wage jobs. So now
they were
minimum
supposed to
wage
be
has got
shovel ready.
now minimum wage has got to be an affordable wage you can live on.
Yeah. See, and the thing is you can't leapfrog into it either, because they're doing it now. They're leapfrogging it now because they waited until it became a crisis, and now they're trying to jump up to shore up the defenses, basically. And you can't do that to a small business, because now if they had to raise the minimum, or if they had to raise the wages of every employee only by $2 an hour, and they had 100 employees, that's like, I think it was like $250,000 or $300,000 extra they have to shell out every year. It's like, where's that income coming from? They have to raise the prices of their items.
That's right. Your Big Mac's going to cost $7 fucking.
And now you've got classic cases of inflation. It's like, you have to do it gradually. And I hate to say this, and I hate to admit this, but San Francisco, the city with no gun shops in it, they almost did it right. They got real close. Like, they incrementally raised the minimum wage by city mandate. And they only did it by about 15 to 30 cents a year, gradually, so people could sort of adjust instead of putting small business in shock. And I think their current minimum wage is like over $12.50 an hour now. But see, they didn't wait until the last minute and go from like 7 to 15. You know, they slowly ticked it up 10 cents, 20 cents a year for like the last 6 or 7 years. Now they're still behind of the cost of living, and they're still behind the rate of inflation. But like I said, they almost got it right. If you want to curb inflation, you have to raise the minimum wage to match it. Same thing with like Social Security benefits, but they don't. Because the question is, how do you come up with the extra money? And nobody wants to answer that.
Oh, you can double my disability money if you want to. I wouldn't bitch about that one damn bit.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. If you found a way to stymie inflation by keeping the minimum wage up, then you stopped inflation. Because inflation is only happening because people have to keep raising prices to come up with operating costs, or to take the operating costs.
They don't seem to take into account that this money's got to fucking come from somewhere.
Right, and they keep trying to pass the buck off on the buyer. I mean, I think Smeggy brought up a great point the other, like, weeks ago before he bought his truck. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a label that a manufacturer puts on a vehicle, it's not invoice cost, but it sounds like, or it rubs off like invoice cost. What it cost them to build the F-150 Smeg you bought and what they actually sold it for are vastly different numbers. But they have to pay wages, they have to pay insurance, they have to pay transportation fees, marketing, they have to pay unions or pay off unions. You see what I'm saying? There's so many ancillary charges that's why it costs what it costs. I think I said this yesterday too, but congratulations on your new truck, Smeg. It looks nice. I am curious why you went with the extended cab and not the four-door, though. G says they made 9mm.
Doors.
G says they made 9mm not to scare off novices.
I was ignoring it. They made 9mm because they got a defensive round right the first time back in 1903 before all the other wannabes came after.
I think before the 9mm, the carry of choice was what? 32? There's like a freaking buttload of those.
There was 44 Russian. There was 38 Smith & Wesson.
Right, but I mean, most of your European militaries, they were carrying like 32 and like 30 caliber even, like 7.65s and shit. And then was it Germany that came up with the Parabellum?
Well, it was Luger.
Yeah, it was the quest for more power back then. I don't know. I think one of the reasons that 380 is still around is because of novice shooters, to be honest. Like, I wasn't going to go 9, but 9x17, that's probably why that's still around.
I just, I got nothing against 9mm. I think it's perfectly acceptable round.
I don't think G does either. He just does it to get a rise out of people.
And if I want to carry something more, it's going to be something really more.
He's a 45 guy, so.
That's right. It's like, why in the hell would you bother carrying something that's got a 230 grain bullet when you can carry something with a 240 grain bullet going twice as fast?
Wait.
You're going to carry a 45 AARP, you might as well just get a fucking wrist rocket and some stones in your pocket.
I think Johnny Rowland nailed it right on the head. Like, his solution is the answer for those who adore the 45 ACP. His 460 Roland's a drop-in kit. Gives you 44 Magnum power. Uses the same overall dimension case. Easy to reload. I had one. I liked it. I really liked it. And then I found out there was 9 MIM parts in the Ruger SR 1911. Now, granted, most of them were irrelevant, like the beaver tail and like the front and rear sight and the takedown lever and the safety lever. I think that's 5 right there. I think they said that the sear was also MIM. I don't know. I know it was on the approved list for 460 Roland. Like, it can handle it because the frame was treated steel or whatever. It was heavy too, but I liked it.
Well, the MIM from Ruger is not the same as MIM from other people, so.
Yeah, actually, a lot of people say that Ruger's mastered the formula for like durable MIM. So I'm not trying to defend either way, but
I can tell you, you look at the MIM they did back in the P95 era and the stuff they're doing today, it's completely different.
Yeah.
I learned this by trying to polish a P95. It didn't work out so well.
Like trying to polish a turd.
Well, you could see the way they molded it You know, it showed up in the outside of the slide when you polished it.
Mm.
It's kind of hard to explain without actually looking at it, but it was really obvious that it was cast.
You know, I didn't mind it really. Like my SR 1911, it was a good looking gun. Like the rosewood grips on it were nice. It had a really nice contrast against glass bead blasted stainless steel. And then all the MIM parts were just, you know, the small pieces on the outside, but they were black, and it gave it a lot of contour for contrast. I liked it. I only traded it because my night guard became available. I needed to just trade stock, but I would have kept it otherwise.
I like the P95 really well, but you know, it's just I would not ever suggest anybody try to polish it because it does not come out as well as you'd like. You know, if you left it kind of matte finish, the thing looks fine.
Mhm.
I mean, as fine as it ever did.
Right on my foot.
And I really never did dislike the looks of those guns. They were just big.
Huge.
All them levers and shit sticking out of the side of the thing made it get up there into in-frame revolver size territory, it felt like.
Which isn't really even that big anyway. I don't think it is.
And that's why I gave up on them, because you just couldn't carry them comfortably with the decocker and the shit on sticking out the side of it.
5 from TriggerCon. That'd be cool if we get somebody to jump in while they're actually there. Like, here we are, bitches.
Well, I pushed my 44 round count over 1,000 last night.
You mean like 1,000 loaded and ready to go?
Yep.
Have you started looking into like registering for cowboy action shooting and all that already?
I've looked at it briefly, but I'm not doing anything until after hunting season's over with.
Shit, I should have left.
Because of the way events fell, I started getting into the cowboy action shooting guns and whatnot, not knowing that I was going to get my deer tags. Once I found out that I did get them, now I've got to get all the stuff I need to hunt. So,
Was that like a lottery draw or something?
yeah.
Really? Is it just because there's not enough animals to shoot, or is it because they're
No,
trying
just
to
because of
conserve?
where I wanted to go.
But it's not a conservation issue then. It's just a space and budgeting and scheduling issue, I guess, for whoever's or wherever you're going.
Well, I wanted to hunt in local state park that I hunt squirrel in all the time because I know it fairly well, and it's a very limited number of firearms permits that they allow.
Yeah.
And we get a large number of like Chicago people wanting to come down here, and they decided that this year locals are going to get preference.
Yeah, it's only fair, right?
Yeah, that's I was talking to Ranger. I'm like, look, I come down to some bitch and support it, you know, every year, every season. And that's he told me, he said, yeah, he said that's why they're switching it up to where the locals are going to get first dibs at it. And then if there's any permits left, they'll put them out on a wider basis, but there won't be. Because I think they only allow like just a couple dozen hunt down there.
Right, and they can only have so many people out in the field at one time anyway. So I mean, it's definitely a scheduling thing too. or
Right.
logistics thing.
And it's 3 days twice a year, you know. So
Get it while it's hot, kind of a thing.
I mean, it's a fairly large acreage. I mean, there's 7,000 acres of state park there, but
They just grid you guys off, though, right?
nah, you get to go where you want.
Oh. See, like the place I usually go to for hog hunting, they grid you off. That way, there's absolutely no chance that you wander into somebody's line of fire. You know.
Down here is if you know, if there's a vehicle parked in the area where you are looking at, you better be prepared because there's somebody in there with a fucking gun. Which is why I'm going in the night before and staying.
It's like squatting. Claim.
Well, it's like I don't want to try to set all this shit up at night in the dark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you need an early morning anyway, right?
Yeah, and you can't, like, the laws don't let you, you can't go in and put up a blind or a stand and leave it. If you leave, it has to go with you.
Now, you can put one in the night before if you stay in it, like sleep in it, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Air mattress.
Probably not.
I'm never comfortable in them, but a buddy of mine's got this fold-out chair that's got like a recliner ottoman little leg attachment. Like when you flip out the chair, this thing kicks out and it's a big piece of webbing that you can throw your legs on. He sleeps on that the night before.
This is sand ground, so if it's not frozen solid, you can sleep, you know, just lay down a tarp and sleep in a sleeping bag right on the ground. It's not a problem.
It has a little give.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been sleeping well lately. I got new pillows. I think that's what it is. It's like I wanted new pillows, but I can never. How long do you get used to them? You know, like I haven't slept right in about 2 weeks at least. I got my cardiology appointment tomorrow morning too. He's like, "How do you feel?" I'm like, "I'm pretty sure my problem is with my pillow right now." It sucks.
I cannot sleep unless I got a freaking feather pillow in my bed. But for what I want to do out hunting, I don't care. I mean, it's not going to be that big of a deal if I don't sleep.
I used to be all about feather pillows, man. Like I used to just testify about those. I thought they were the greatest things on earth. But now that I've had them for so many years, I'm not really a fan anymore. Like you're eventually all the feathers move out of the way. Then you got to wake up in the middle of the night, refluff it. And then sometimes you get a quill that comes up through the casing. That sucks. Like I had this fine scratch in the white of my eye one time because I rolled over and I grabbed the pill and I moved it. It scratched. It went through my eyelid and it scratched the white part of my eye. I had this like bright red line where it cut. It was like a paper cut in the eye, basically. So now I only use the feather ones as body pillows.
Well, the big problem with feather pillows is it's kind of hard to keep them clean, and if they're not clean, they're not good.
I didn't realize how often you're supposed to swap out pillows too. Like you're not supposed to keep them for like 10 years. You're supposed to get rid of them like it was every 3 years or every 2 years, something like that.
Yeah, you should probably toss feather pillows every three to five at least.
Yeah. Yeah, usually by then enough of them have quilled through the pattern that it's not as full as it was when you got it anyway.
My lady's sleeping on a feather pillow that she brought to the marriage when we got married still.
I have a pickup. I'll be right back. I gotta tell this guy to back in. So apparently the place that used to be in this building is still in business, just somewhere else. But their trucking company that they sent has their old address, which is now my address. Also on built-in obsolescence. Falling back on that. I'm trying to make a recurring theme instead of just talking about games and cars all day. I think it's safe to say that any of the last ditch weapons of Germany or Japan are probably, well, I guess any milsurp, I guess, if I'm honest.
Obviously, the Liberator was.
Oh yeah, that's a great example. But that's also an example of a gun that quote gets you to your next gun. You know, it wasn't meant to be fired more than maybe twice. Like even reloading, it was a bit of pain.
And it wasn't meant to last long if you dropped it on the dirt either.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean they were unfinished. They would rust. So. I forgot to put the invoice in the box. Are you refilling Zippos? This one's going to New Jersey. It's intercepted by Chris Christie. Oh, have you heard of a show called Winona Earp?
Yes, I have.
Is it any good? Like, it piqued my curiosity when I read the description.
I haven't watched it. I looked at the description and it didn't really.
It's 2 seasons in already. Like I think I'm gonna check it out this weekend. But I sort of like how they did this. It was like his granddaughter or great granddaughter. So this is like obviously more modern time. And
Yeah, it's like contemporary Wynette Earp.
yeah, and then like okay, so in Tombstone, they really focused on Doc Holliday having a degenerative condition, right? Whereas in this show, they casted Doc Holliday as a person cursed with immortality. So he helps Winona Earp. I'm really curious how they're going to play that off. Angry says he's heard it's shitty. Damn it. It's on Sci-Fi Channel, so I'm expecting it to be B-movie like in terms of quality.
It's on Netflix or Amazon, one of the two or both.
Yeah, I mean it airs on Sci-Fi Channel, but yeah, it's on streaming already too. I mean, hell, we used to say the same. Battlestar Galactica started off like that, didn't it? It was B-grade production at first, and it became a juggernaut. So I don't know. It's like when I read the description, it sort of reminded me a little bit of Vampire Hunter because of the immortality slant and the fact that they're killing revenants or whatever. But then they want to tie a little bit of cultural history into it. I don't know.
Well, now you've also got to figure that when Battlestar Galactica come on, we were still right on the cusp of the whole 3 channels of TV.
Yeah.
So,
like what I'm really hoping is this show turns out like Chips, the movie, for me. Everyone said it was bad. I went and saw it, and I actually liked it because I went in without a preconceived notion of what it should be. I just went in saying I'm coming to be entertained for a movie that's supposed to be themed loosely off of an old TV show, and I loved it. So I'm hoping this is sort of the same way.
Well, I would say that you could probably sit through a lot of stuff that people don't like just by having that kind of an open mind.
Yeah.
Because stuff turns out to be a lot better than it would be if you weren't basing it on something from your past. But by the fact that you're comparing it to something prior, you're let down. Well, the actual second Battlestar Galactica TV show actually was way better than the first one. Just because the first one was, basically a lame attempt at reviving Star Trek in a way.
Yeah. In a more horror setting, though, I guess. War setting.
Hmm.
I don't know. Like Westworld, that's one of those shows. Saw the movie, had preconceived notions about the show, ended up loving the show, though.
I can remember living in Kentucky with my mom back in probably 83, catching Battlestar Galactica on at like 11 o'clock at night on Fridays.
Hmm.
And it was really fuzzy because the reception was piss poor back in the hills and hollers. And God, that was so great. And then I bought all that shit here when DVDs first came out, and I was able to get it. And I'm like, God damn, this is awful. Almost unwatchable. It's so bad.
Well, since we're on shows, old and new, I guess, I think Tour of Duty from the 80s and early 90s needs to become Gunchannels' required viewing. Like, that was a really good show. Production value wasn't high, but the quality of what they had was incredible. And I think the popularity of that show eventually led to China Beach, which was obviously super popular. What's really funny is I can remember almost every episode of Tour of Duty, but I struggle to remember a single episode of China Beach. Like, I need to get that and just watch the whole thing again. It's gonna get real noisy for a second. Noise over.
I'm going to be out of here for a couple minutes.
Grandpa time?
Yeah.
All right. If you have the link, paste it in the channel, will you? Because I only have it on my phone right now.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay. I'm gonna make a warehouse parts run since I have a little bit of a lull. Let my battery charge up a bit too. I will do the bump when I get back. Link is out. Thank you, Tony. I shall return. Oh, there's chat. There's just nobody chatting in it. I had to go and actually do something that resembles work, which I'm still doing. Welcome to the dog days of Gunchannels. Let's see if I can get you a link. Oh, it's like Angry just put one up. Okay, here. Yeah, should be it. I'm really just getting started. Spent most of my money outside. June Foray, the voice actress known to be the voice of Natasha and Rocky from Bullwinkle and Rocky, has died at the age of 99. I can do a Rocky voice. It's easy. Anyway. Today we have planned to kill moose and squirrel. MRE? Dude, there's some good MREs. If you do Bullwinkle and do that, hey Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat, I'll do the rest of it. I think he only responds with, again! I used to be able to do Bullwinkle too. Nowadays it's more Boris and less Natasha. Yeah, but she was 99 years old. She died, I think, last night or today. Another icon is gone. Yeah, I did today in just lobby format, just because it seems like this is that time of year where everybody's out doing something or has something to do. So it's like the view numbers are down, and obviously audience participation is low. Like I've got Angry and I've got Raphael, but just in general, like the early watch has been taking a hit too. This is the time where most radio hosts go on summer break too. Gonna go on the celebrity golf tournament tour now. And then there was a UPS truck. Great. Yeah, keep your pants on. I used to use that link. It's kind of short. Now I combine two sources. I have this blog that's maintained by a veteran, and he does it in a lot more detail, and it's got a lot more military engagements and things in it. And he takes the time to actually list every single Medal of Honor citation, regardless of if it was awarded or not, which is pretty cool. I discovered last night that you can earn a Medal of Honor in cold waters. I haven't figured out how to get one yet in there, but I watched a guy on a stream last night, and he was doing the anti-Soviet Cold War 1984 campaign. I think he used an Oscar, but the only reason he got it was because he missiled 7 ships, surface ships. He torpedoed 3 subs. Heading out? Yeah. All right. Today's your Thursday kind of day, right? All right. Huh. So he missiled like 7 surface ships, and then he sunk 3 submarines with torpedoes. But they all had missiles or torpedoes in the water. So he was trying to evade like 6 torpedoes. And then a 4th submarine came up, a Kilo class or a cooler or something fast came up to him. And he fired torpedoes at it, but he got struck in the tail by one of the enemy ones that was already in the water. So technically his ship was flooded, nose up, but it couldn't ballast out because the flooding was too bad. But he stayed in the game long enough to let his torpedoes actually hit and sink the 4th submarine. And then all hands were lost because he couldn't get back to the surface. So because of that meritorious and valiant action, he was awarded the Medal of Honor in the game. I was like, that's really cool. An M1917 Enfield. The cheapest I've ever seen one sell around here, shockingly enough, was I want to say $2,000. Don't quote me on it, though. It was close to it. I remember I saw it and I wanted it, and it just wasn't happening. There's an Eddystone rifle for sale right now. It's at $750. 727, yeah, 750. Oh no, sorry. There's one for 750, and then there's an Eddystone one for 725. So you can probably get it for around $1,000, maybe 1,500. But yeah, the $2,000 one that I saw, it was like mint. It looked unissued. Well, if it wasn't for collectors, there wouldn't be any for us. Now, I want a 17 also. I think they're fantastic. British used them as marksman's rifles. They didn't mass distribute them like we did. If I'm not mistaken, the 17 was actually issued more than the 1903, right? More people were issued the 17 than the 1903. You're still on that quest for a 308, aren't you? Okay. This is one of those days where I'm the last person in the shop that gets to eat lunch. Sucks. Today's also Thursday, which I label my boss's hot date with other men day. He doesn't drive his Porsche but twice a week, and it's usually Thursday and Friday to keep it running and put a couple of miles on it. He loves the car, but he hates the ride. And he goes out to lunch with like 3 other business owners and friends of his, and they basically all just go and touch cocks or whatever, I guess, and talk about how great they are, how they're making all the money, and how they're fucking screwing over everybody who works underneath them. But on the plus side, when he does this, he's gone for like 3 hours. So as of right now, the inmate's running the asylum. His wife and son will probably show up here within an hour, though, to ruin that. But she'll bring me lunch. So it's like an ebb and flow of frustration and glee that he's not here. And it's not that I don't get along with him. I get along with him just fine. It's just, it's nice to be unsupervised. I can do things at my pace and not give a shit about having somebody watching over me, especially in a shop that's got fucking cameras everywhere. On NB. Oh, the new Beetle. And the door panel came off. Last days of the new Beetle. Yeah, I think it's time to bury it. This seems like it's more trouble than it's worth now. Well, at least I can say I've never actually recommended one of those to anybody. I'm not against it or anything. It's just I don't think I've ever recalled recommending one. I always recommend a Mini because it's made by BMW. Oh, let's see what this guy wants. For once, it wasn't an idiot, just somebody who had a DOA. My advice to anybody who actually is listening to my advice on Mini Coopers is do not buy a first generation one, even though that's the one that looks the most like the original. If you do, and it's very low mileage, and you're not mechanically inclined, don't keep it past 120,000 miles. But if you are mechanically inclined, then by all means get a first generation because they're very fun to drive. But if you're not and you want a Mini, go for the second generation, which I think is post 2012 to 2016. It's either 12 or 11 to 16, but those are far more reliable than the first gen. But well, the first gen of a Mini Cooper is not really bad. It's just because they're forced induction cars, most people have no clue how to maintain a forced induction car. So with turbos come problems. With superchargers, there come problems. And your average compact car owner who isn't even a car guy, they just, you get some like college chick who thinks it's cute or whatever. They're going to be hopeless when something breaks down. I've got a friend I suggested buying one. He bought a Gen 1 because of his budget, and he's been having intake hoses blow out because he's over boosted because his blow off valve doesn't work. It's defective. And he took it into a dealer and they gave him this laundry list of other things that it could possibly be or what else it needs just for regular maintenance on a 90,000 mile Mini. And they gave him a quote of $7,800 and he only paid $8,000 for the car. He's like, you guys are fucking crazy. So I found him an HKS blow off valve for like 500. Found him a silicone intake boot for $99. That's going to solve like 90% of his problems. And then brakes and little shit like that. You know, I'll just do it as garage or whatever. But if you're not mechanically inclined, don't do it. Raphael, you on the other hand, I'd recommend a first gen Mini 2 all day long because you already know how to handle a car like that. So you probably wouldn't let shit get to the point where it got to with his Mini. But yeah, even then, I would still go Gen 2, spend a couple extra bucks. Those are very, very reliable. I dig it. My my BMW 5 Series, the one that does, or the one that used to do 207 miles an hour, um, it wasn't a first gen. It was a first year third gen. E39 BMWs are still considered probably one of the finest 5 Series ever made, just because of what you got for what you paid for and how long they last. And I'd still have it to this day if the person I lent it to didn't drive it through a garage door. Started it in gear and went right through the garage door, ruined the car. So I would still have it otherwise. It was it's probably my favorite car of all time so far. And I'll probably buy another one someday. Right now I'm sitting on an E46 3 Series, which it's a nice place to sit, and it drives okay. But my dumbass tried to take on an M6 the other day, and I got dusted. Like I had him from about 0 to 30, and then his extra 4 cylinders and fucking turbos kicked in, and that was the end of that. I didn't stand a chance. Plus, my car's got 192,000 miles on it, where his M6 probably doesn't. It's my return request. Great. It is hard to save up. I with all the guns I bought in the last 3 years, I probably could have fixed my first Gen 5 series. I probably could have fixed it maybe 3 times. And I just kept buying guns instead because it wasn't a daily driver, so it wasn't a priority. Oh, you have a Commander? That's the big one, right? Like I don't know anybody who owns one of those. Now I can say I do. We have a Jimmy James. Well, he's lurking. Guess I can give you all the link again because I don't remember seeing him earlier. He can come keep me company. Oh, I got 2 new chapters in my manga today. Sweet. I'll have to wait till tonight, I guess. Yeah, it's cool. I actually get to lunch channel rather early today. Shit. That's the old whip. When they first came out with that Commander, I kind of wanted one, but I just couldn't get over the front end of it. I didn't like the front end. I wish they would have did the front end to look more like the Grand Wagoneer of the late 80s, early 90s as like a throwback. That would have been really cool. Ooh, I think this is curry today. That's going to be awesome. I heard Chrysler's going to come out with a new Grand Wagoneer. It's supposed to cost like $130,000 though. They're out of their fucking mind. Like I'll buy it. I'm just planning ahead. I'm going to buy one of those when it comes out in a couple of years. I'll buy one when I'm in my 50s as like a 4-wheel drive, you know, trail rig or something. No way in hell I'm going to pay fucking BMW 7 Series money for goddamn Jeep. That's crazy. That's a definition of crazy. Two times. I don't know. This little part of my lizard brain in the back of my head wants me to buy a Cayman S. It doesn't have to be a new one. I could buy a 3 or 4-year-old one. I've seen them in my area for about $17,000. Because like everybody at my shop is buying Porsches these days, and I've always liked the Cayman S. I really like it. I know it's funny people keep making fun of it as being a Boxster with a roof, but I like the proportions of it. I think I'd get one that's the same color as my old BMW if I could find it, maroon, dark maroon, pigeon blood I think they called it. But with that peanut butter interior, I'd be really happy. That fucker can have 70,000 miles on it. I don't give a shit. I still want it. Have to be aspirated because I want a nice driving car. I don't really intend to race it. Though I did see a video recently where a guy stuck what did he call it? The Illuminator. Basically the new 5-liter Coyote engine into a Cayman S. It was really rad. It cost the dude $100,000 to have that engine converted and installed into his Cayman because he blew the original one. It must be nice to have that kind of money. Oh, I just bought a Porsche to race on the track and blew the engine the first time I took it out. I'll just spend another $100,000 and throw a freaking brand new Coyote motor in it. The intake pipe went over the hump, and it was in the quote trunk area, and they had to leave the trunk open a 1 inch to allow air to get through to the intake. Should have just ran the pipe to the outside of the car. Guess they couldn't figure that out or engineer that out. The company that did it's out in Florida. They said that the second one they'll do, if someone else wants it done, it'll cost you 70, not 100, because now they know how to do it. That's a case of be the second guy, because they'll engineer it better too. They said the second one won't have the trunk open. It'll have like a ventilated rear window, which is fine if you put a partition in between the back of the seat so you don't get hot, because the air conditioner still works. But yeah, it was really funny. It's like one of my favorite Porsches is actually one of the most affordable ones you can get. I mean, I like 911s too. It's just trying to be realistic. Like my boss is just sort of leasing one. Pretty sure his son is too. They'll be leasing it. They're not going to own it. They don't want to own it. They can write off the lease. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, the company car's a 911. Write it off. That's fantastic. I have half a mind to ask him to sign a lease on a Alfa Romeo Giulia. I'd drive that to work every day as a company car. Write that off too. I like 928s. I really like 928s. Like that bullet polyurethane nose bubble butt thing. I really like those. The engines are garbage, but it was a V8, you know. That scratches Tony's V8 itch. I'm not against 944s. It's just out of that era of like roadster looking cars. 924s are fun because they're so light. Got the Volkswagen van engine in them. That reminds me, I got a friend with one of those Volkswagen Eurovans, I think they're called. Runs 11s in the quarter. It's not too bad. He didn't want to go crazy with it, but he got it to run like, I think 1129 in the quarter at about 149 mile an hour, something like that. Turbos. Ultimate sleeper type thing, you know? Nobody expects the van. Some Indian dude or Middle Eastern dude, he took a Nissan Patrol. We don't get those here in the States. He took a Patrol and turned it into a beast. Took out a freaking, I think it was an R35 GTR underneath the body of his Patrol. I'm taking out Lamborghini or some crazy thing on YouTube. Time to warm up lunch channels. Let's see what we got here. It does smell slightly curry-like. What's really funny is my coworker earlier when I was talking about the last one to eat, she ate lunch, and then the boss's wife brought her something else, so she's having a second lunch. Pretty cool. It's nice. Oh shit! I think we sprung a leak. Yep. Slightly messy in here. Gotta be careful with this because it's dripping juices everywhere. That's the problem. Stuff with sauce. It's like curry chicken, I think. So yeah, it's like I think it's 90. I think it's a 99 outside. We had a container shipment come in. My poor warehouse guy's out there. I took the container thermometer and stuck it in the one he's working on, and it's registering 147 in there, and climbing. Because we're getting to the middle of the day. Who be dad?
Do.
Oh, cool. What's up? Got my
The
phone in my
Striker
back
of
pocket.
Nights.
Are you okay with your shirt?
No, I'm not okay.
Being a sport about it, a good sport about it.
I am being a good sport about it. I'm not happy about it because he's getting the profits out of it, not me.
I was gonna say, are you
have
getting a percentage of them?
I have to suffer the fucking abuse, but he gets the money out of it. That doesn't seem fair.
Are you getting a percentage of the proceeds?
I don't know what's going on with that. I doubt it. I mean, whatever. It just doesn't seem sporting. I don't know. I may have to add a sporting use clause to, Jonas T-shirts or something.
Sporting use clause. I like that. This can only be worn at Gunchannels events.
Right.
Or at gun shows. Well, I mean, he didn't
No.
put like the link to your show at the bottom in the address, did he? Because that would have been awesome. That'd be free advertising.
No, he didn't even put it on the shirt either. So, whatever.
$140 8 degrees now. Woohoo! Getting a bit warm in that container, mate.
What, do you have a heat gun on you?
No, I have a digital thermometer thing, and one of my surveillance cameras can catch just the right angle to show me. Our house guy has to empty it by the end of today. My boss's kid puts these unbelievable deadlines on certain things so the trucking companies can come pick them back up for emptying containers. And the problem with that is that means he has to work specifically on that all day in the heat to be able to get to the trucking company to pick it up on time.
Better him than you.
Yet.
Aha! You really are a Russian spy. I knew it all along.
Yeah, I'm mourning the loss of shit. I forgot her name already. Anyway, the woman who did the voiceovers for Rocky and Natasha from the Bullwinkle and Rocky show.
She finally kicked the bucket.
99.
That's not bad.
She went her whole life without killing moose and squirrel. She died first. Today she gets Soviet state funeral. I bet even Putin shed a tear.
Maybe just a little. As
he'll send you a
not,
PSA gift card for your troubles.
As Knives would say, just a tip.
Right.
I'm watching Knives will come in here and say, "You're stealing my shit."
And Soviet Russia bucket kick you.
That's right.
This is indeed curry chicken.
All right.
Asian curry. So it's that yellow color.
Apparently, those $199 20-inch upper receivers are back on sale at PSA.
Awesome.
Speaking of PSA.
Got to make the bomb. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and build my next pistol this next month. Because, I mean
now is the best time to do it.
Yeah. I've been on a buying freeze for a couple of months now, trying to get my health issues and bills sorted out. But I think I'm going to go ahead and do it this time. I really want that SB PDW collapsible stock.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Part of me wants it, part of me doesn't. Because if I do it, if I get one of those, then I can't Beowulf it because the buffer's too short. It won't be stiff enough.
Well, I want one of those collapsible stocks where you can still use the rifle if it's folded. Have you seen those?
Mm-hmm.
No, not one time. You can still use the rifle, period.
Oh, there's Raphael.
Hey, Rocky. Watch me pull a rabbit out of my ass.
Again. Impresto. Oops. What's got wrong head?
Wow.
Yep, that's one.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
I can't do it anymore because my boss, his wife, is here. She'll think I'm crazy talking to myself in cartoon voices.
No, I think it's more like, "Hi, everybody."
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Dr. Nick Riviera.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
And I know that was awful, but still, I had to do it. I can't do Dr. Nick very well.
I do Dr. Nick's voice really well after a few drinks.
Sean, as everyone knows on Gunchannels, there's only one voice I can do really well.
Uh-huh.
That one.
No.
No, little green man.
Douchebag you are. Yes.
And he's not Kermit.
Yoda.
He died off, didn't he? Finally?
Frank Oz?
Oh, Frank Oz is still around, as far as I know.
No, I meant the character died off.
Yoda, yes.
Angry says, so you want a piston-driven AR, which that was the first thing that came to mind to me too. If you do a collapsible, I know which one you're talking about though, because I have a friend with one of those. I just can't remember what it's called offhand. My coworker wants one like that too. I mean, it can be done with that, with like that PDW buffer, that like quarter size or half size buffer, and it folds past that. That makes sense. It'll work.
Well, there is one way around it, where I could get a one of those collapsible stocks. Then I could just throw the 22 long rifle bolt carrier group in there, and it'll work, open or closed with the stock. But at the same time, what's the use of that rifle in 22? I mean, there's not much use. Better in 5.56.
True.
It's just a little bit bigger, but not by much. What are you playing with, Raph?
Nothing. Just comparing some things. That.
5.56 to 308.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Put that back up there in the middle of the screen, real quick. Yeah. You see, the left is what we used in Vietnam. The right is what we used in Vietnam before switching over to the left. I think we fucked up.
Yeah, we fucked up. I think that's why we lost.
Yeah. So, how are you enjoying the C308?
I haven't shot it yet.
Blasphemy!
I gotta work, man.
Blasphemy!
It's an indoor range. It has no AC.
You're going to one shitty range. You need to find another range.
Yeah, I know where it is, but it's like an hour that way. Not gonna happen for a while. Soon.
What you need to do is you need to find someone on the outskirt of town that lives in the county that has their own backyard shooting range.
No. Not worried about it. It's gonna happen.
Oh well.
I'm gonna shoot it soon.
Just so long as there's not another sale.
Did you see those new RPKs at Classic?
No more sales.
Nope, they got one. Classic's got a sale on this new RPK like thing. It looks pretty awesome.
72?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$7.99.
Yeah. It's an AK-47, sort of. It's a
More or
longer
less.
barrel.
I want it.
I got plenty of those.
Now I'd say sure if that RPK barrel was a heavy barrel.
It looks like one.
If it was a heavy barrel, then you know what I'd do? I'd get a bump fire stock for that thing. Put the bump fire stock on there.
It's gonna be hard to bump fire something that long though.
Nah, it'd be fine, man.
He's a big gun.
I can bump fire, my 20-inch AR-15.
I think it's bigger than that though. It's heavier for sure.
I don't know. That one's pretty heavy.
I bump fire at who's this 308?
Yeah, I don't do that with mine.
I've done it. Scared the crap out of me. That's why I think I'm kind of scared of this rifle. But it's gonna be fun. Soon. If that RPK was a little bit cheaper, like a couple of $100 more, then I would maybe consider it. But it's another AK, and that heavy barrel would be nice. I'm okay. It's got to be something special, like that 17.
Yeah.
Enfield, 1917.
Mhm.
30-06. But collectors, crap. Fuck. Collectors. Mhm. Nothing I'd like a 45, but not the one I want.
What do you want?
I like that FNX one with the threaded barrel and the 15 round capacity.
Also, because you're not in California.
Also, yeah, I'm not in California.
But it's okay. We can't tease Heavy B about that anymore because he's not in California either.
I think soon, maybe the end of the year, I'm going to become a member of the Second Amendment Foundation. It's pretty good. They do pretty good. Those are the guys who overturned that Washington, D.C. Law.
Yeah, but we had a discussion about that on Hit or Miss, and that's not to say that anything will actually come out of that decision.
I saw their name, and they're doing something. Unless, not like those other guys who are bigger and they haven't done shit.
Well, that's true.
When it comes to renew my membership, I might go to the other guys because they're doing something. So I'm not going to send them a whole bunch of money because I don't have one. But if it means just maybe helping out, maybe that minute of legal time that they need, because lawyers get paid pretty well. Second Amendment Foundation, SAF.org, I think.
Yep. Angry saying is wear gloves for an FNX.
I got gloves.
Oh, yeah. Wear gloves with almost any FN. Fucking textures like cheese graters.
Oh yeah.
You can tell that those that texture pattern, it was made for nylon gloves. They fit in the grooves of nylon gloves perfectly. And to pour out the extra juice, I'm just gonna go nuts. I'm out of crackers.
You are a cracker.
Only in part. Which only makes me part of a NASCAR fan, and part of a bootlegger, and part of a gangster, and part of a privilege movement that I'm not aware of because I'm working for peanuts still.
Well, remember, Flippy said all you have to do is go down to the DMV and just apply for the privilege card.
Right. Oh, what's this? What do we have here? Chocolate cream-filled cookies. Yes, sir. I will have that.
I heard chocolate. Yeah, somebody has to do that.
But there's no turtle. It's a panda on the package.
Maybe Flippy said that, but meant it was, but was trying to send it to Knives, but he sent it to you instead.
No. Flippy and Knives had an illegitimate love child. Hello Panda was born. There it is. Hello Panda.
It's bimbo.
Nom nom nom.
Wow.
Hey. Lunch put me in a better mood. Not even thinking about the heat now. 151 in the container.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ryan Anderson, Cleveland, Kyrie Irving, New York Knicks.
Hello.
Carmelo Anthony, Houston.
So what is the movie of the day?
I thought of a TV series actually,
Mm-hmm.
which was Tour of Duty, which I think I suggested that before though. That's why I said it should be like required viewing at Gun Channels, just because of it's a good show. If I
So
were to
put
pick
that
a
out.
movie of the day, what was it? They Were Not Divided, I think it was called, from 1950. Let me pull it up, make sure I'm thinking of the same movie.
They Were Not Divided. Let me look that up.
Yeah, it's a 1950s movie about the British Guards Armored Division.
It's a Tiger Tank movie.
I believe this movie had a genuine Yag tiger in it. That's why I got it.
Yeah, I think that's my nephew's favorite tank.
That's my favorite tank destroyer so far to this day. It's slow and it's ungainly. It's not very reliable mechanically, but it's just so cool looking.
I saw a movie with Humphrey Bogart. I think it's called Sahara, where he's in a tank.
Yeah, he tools around into the northern Sahara with a M3 Lee named Lulu Bell. They've remade that movie twice, actually. Once in '95 and once in like 2000 something. I've been meaning to get those because I think Vince Vaughn's in one of them. It's supposed to be really good remakes, like faithfully true to the original kind of remakes.
The film begins in a war dude training people of a British Guards armored regiment where recruits from many walks of life learn to survive the strict discipline and training before ...
To be continued.
Summer
Yeah.
of a
Christopher Lee was in
1950s
that movie before he was actually famous.
starring Edward Underdown, Ralph Clanton, Helen Cherry.
Desmond Llewellyn was in there too.
That I've never heard of. Christopher
Desmond
Lee,
Llewellyn
I've heard
was
of him.
Q in the Bond movies. It's a good movie.
We're in the services.
And it's got
Probably it's not on Netflix, so it's gonna be hard to.
it's got a genuine Yag tiger that makes it really cool. Oh,
They don't
these
have list any services.
These things look like buttons. These chocolate filled things.
Maybe Turner Classic Movies one day.
Not bad. Actually, pretty good. Flippies and Knives Love Channels is delicious. I guess another movie which might be a little easier for you to get. It's called Lebanon. It's from 2009. Like I fucking Amit could go on and on about this. It covers the first Lebanese war in 1982, and it's essentially Das Boot in a tank, and they drive around in a reconditioned Challenger. I think it's a Challenger.
Something's wrong with the microphone. I can't hear anybody. Can people hear me?
Raph can hear me. Can he hear us now? We lost Raph. But yeah, the reason why Amit can go on and on about it is because he was in a tank.
Yeah.
He knows how to drive one.
I want to say this was a Conqueror, not a Challenger, because it's 82. But yeah, it's Das Boot in a tank. It's fantastic.
They're still using modified Shermans over there, so it's probably a Sherman.
They're using those to fill in the gaps where they don't have Merkavas and Magocks. I think the modified Patton was the Magog.
Yeah, it might be Patton something and not Sherman's, but yeah.
But that's a really good movie.
Well, the Patton tank was really good too.
There's two of them. It was so good they made two different ones.
Yeah,
actually, yeah, two different ones.
I was always fond of the flame tanks. You know, the experimental flame tanks they made.
Yeah,
those were nice. That's what I'm talking about. The Patton flame tank.
No, and we did one with a Sherman too.
It wasn't as effective. The M67 flamethrower tank.
This is the M4A3R3 Zippo.
Yeah, I'm talking about the M67 Zippo.
This one worked in Iwo Jima like really well. I asked them to put this in World of Tanks, and they wouldn't comply. They wouldn't do it.
Yeah, they're not going to put flamethrowers in there because there's no ground troops to kill, and that tank is specifically to kill ground troops.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be like a close quarters damage over time weapon, you know?
Yeah.
Because if you burn out the crew, they die.
But if you played like Bad Company 2 Vietnam, the Vietnam add-on, basically they did put in flamethrower tanks.
Well, I think they were in one of the Call of Duties also. When you storm Iwo Jima, you actually see them. You can't use them, but you see them.
Yeah, no, in Battlefield you can actually use them and burn the enemy. So why the hell not? Using flamethrower tanks on your enemy. Job done.
Hobart's funnies. That was like all the different Churchills, like the AVRE. Actually, the Churchill AVRE is pretty cool. It's got that flying dustbin mortar launcher instead of a gun. And the really scary thing is to reload it, the gun would have to turn 90 degrees to the right, so the driver could open the hatch and load it from the front. That's a bit scary. I think it was the assistant driver, not the main driver. He'd have to load it, breech load or muzzle load it. But I mean, then again, by the time they called one of those in, it was because they needed a roadblock cleared, not because it was actually fighting another tank with it. Fire it at other tanks before, in anger. The way we like it. We don't want it to be happy, we want it to be angry. So lunch channels are concluded. And now that let's just keep busy for today portion of my day. I thought Hobart, you might be right. They did something with that. I know the Hobart tanks were also the AVRE was one. The trench, what do they call it? Trench climber or something like that, where it had this big freaking bale of wire or wood that you dropped into the trench so you could drive over it. And those. The swim tanks, the duplex drive tanks. They did that with Shermans and I believe Valentines because they were already boat bottomed in shape.
And I was specifically, when I was talking about the flame tanks, I was specifically talking about American. You know, my favorite being the patent flame tank, which was the M67.
Yep, Germans had one too, the Flammpanzer. I think it was based off of a Panzer IV, and it towed the tanks behind it, the gas tanks behind it, which was pretty obvious where you had to shoot it to stop it. Then
had to shoot the tank.
Hit the trailer. Rifle grenade the trailer. My panda cookies were getting dry. So yeah, a couple of movies of the day for you to watch. 1943 Sahara with Humphrey Bogart. It wasn't considered an ensemble piece, but it was a pre-NATO type movie. Pretty cool. Lebanon, 2009. Lebanese War, 1982. Single tank is ordered to go into a hot spot. Didn't end well. Did not end well at all. Great movie though. Just make sure you get it subtitled, otherwise you'll be sitting there scratching your head. If you want to see it and you can't find it anywhere, I might be able to hook you up. I don't think there's a copyright for a foreign film here in the States on that one. I think I have the subtitle file for it. God damn it. I literally just looked over my phone and it started ringing.
Yeah, the Churchill Crocodile was one. That's the United Kingdom.
Yes, UK.
Let's see, what other one was? They made Panzer IIs and Panzer IIIs. But they discontinued them due to unsatisfactory performance. The Germans couldn't get it working. Oh my. The Italians had the L6 and L3 flame tanks. The Japanese had the Type 95 Hago tank. There's an M3 variant. The M4 Sherman variant. There was the Churchill, as I said. Apparently they made a Matilda as well, with flame. Of course, the Russians used the T-3485s and 76s. Then there was the KV-8, which was just the KV-1 with flames. Let's see. Any other ones? Yeah. Cold War variants were the Russian T-55s and T-62s. We had the M67. We had the M132, which is not technically a tank. It's more like an armored personnel carrier that did flames, but still, it was armored. And it's on tracks. Kind of counts. Well, almost counts. Yeah, the Patton tank is a good tank. So the M67 was a variant of the M48. For the M60 Patton tank, yeah, it's a good one too. But what are the differences between an M48 patent and an M60 patent? Probably just the guns, right?
I see a status screen, which means Flippy must be here.
Uh-oh.
Indeed, he is.
Getting set up. There are underbarreled weapons.
I was watching Rhino Crunch. He plays that game now.
What is he playing?
Escape from
Tarkov.
Thank you. I couldn't say the name.
I thought it was Escape from Tarkov Fifi.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Tarkov Fifi. Trump was actually talking about one day on Twitter, and the press made fun of him for it.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, "Yo, I'm getting me some Tarkifi."
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Ha, you don't know how to spell coffee." Yeah, they don't know how to spell Tarkifi.
It was huge. I had this hatchet in my hand, and we did this dance, and we were bros.
Bros for life.
Angry likes the Starship. I do too. And the only game that I've seen it in that I can play it in is War Thunder, I think. I think it's War Thunder. Yeah, I think the Starship's in War Thunder, and I like playing it too. Matter of fact, they've also got my was it the M70A1? I can't remember the name of the fucking thing anymore, but yeah, it was a full size tank with that same launcher on it. Matter of fact, it went on there before it went on Starship. MBT-70. That's what it is. I pushed for that in fucking one of the tanks for so many years and couldn't remember it because I gave up.
Oh, I knew I had more than 2 grenades.
Which is funny because they added the Sheridan finally, so maybe they will put the MBT in there later. And then I'll come back and play that shitty game again. But I spent $3,000 on it in 5 years. Judge.
How do I level up characters?
Don't die.
Don't die.
Essentially, don't die.
Well, no, I mean because you can level up your faction people. Oh, that's cool. My stuff is getting retrieved, apparently. That's rad. Because, you can level up these shop people, and they'll give you better guns.
Most games where you increase the shop thing is you have to buy a lot from them. Or in RPGs, you have to haggle a lot with them, too. Or you have to upgrade them by buying upgrades for them.
Yeah, I'm going to do a practice offline run because I want to play with this gun.
I gotta practice on it because I don't want to lose it.
Yeah. Because that's a thing, is right now during I think it's in beta now. Or beta's around the corner. Beta's coming soon. But by the way, in testing, you can go on to offline mode, and you won't lose gear. You also won't gain gear or levels or anything, but you can just like play with your equipment and see like what works and what doesn't. Like I'm using this rad AK.
Oh, this is gonna be a long afternoon.
Forget the T series power armor. I'm going straight for the X series.
No, those are experimental. You can't have X's.
Ah, crap.
Hey, Sean. I can and will.
No, you're not Enclave anyway.
Well, the thing about Fallout 4 is there is no Enclave.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, I've never seen the Enclave in Fallout 4.
Enclave is in Fallout 4.
Where? I've never seen them. It's the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4. No Enclave.
They're there. Enclave is the Americans, right?
Enclave is the remnants of the United States government.
Yeah, they're there.
Are you sure? Because I had to add them in via mod.
I'm pretty sure they're there. I've found their power armor stuff, and I think there's a quest that involves like remnants of the Enclave.
Yeah, there's quest lines and terminals and things, but it's Brotherhood of Steel, Railroad, Institute, and then there's one other one, isn't there? I guess that's it, really. Those three. Yeah, I added it via mod. And then you get XO1, XO2s. I even have like pilotable vertebrate mods and shit. It's pretty cool. I haven't played it in a long time because I had to reinstall it on a brand new OS, but I've been meaning to do it because my original save was so corrupt with all the different mods I kept switching in and out that I was planning on starting over anyway.
Yeah, well, right now I'm on my laptop, and since I have a pretty decent network and a pretty decent desktop, I'm just streaming it to my laptop. I'd rather play Fallout 4 on the couch than I would at the desk right now.
Yeah, maybe I should do that because I'm starting to run out of things to play again right now. Warships is really frustrating right now with all the pace-eating retards and summer puppies out there. Like I have 2 tier 9s that I can't finish out because I just keep getting loss after loss after loss because the teams are so fucking horrible. I played my Ismo yesterday, and this asshole in North Carolina, he managed to catch up to me, and he was like on my flank, which was cool. But then we saw like 8 ships coming at us, and I wanted to tail out, turn around, right? I started the turn, he started the turn. I got about 90 degrees, and I had another 90 to go, and he stopped turning. So he corralled me in. I couldn't make the turn. If I slowed down, I'd be a sitting duck. I couldn't speed up because I was already at flank speed. So then finally, he slowed down. I passed him and made the turn, but I was already like near death. Hit me and left him alone. And I was like, God, I gotta love these fucking retarded little shits that come and play and corral in higher tier ships and use them as fucking pin cushions and do fuck all nothing. I mean, I still managed to make like 97,000 damage, but I could have done a hell of a lot more if I actually was not stuck in place trying to sail through somebody who won't get out of my way. Look at that AK. With optic.
Yep. And with laser aiming device. That isn't a pack. What is this?
IR or just standard?
It's a standard and an IR. I think this is a Steiner default.
So when you do offline, is it just you versus bots?
Yeah, it's just you versus bots, and bots spawn
There's
in like
somebody
weird spots.
here.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? Hang on a second. Pretty good.
Well, at least Tony's not in here to complain about game channels.
Why have a sign if nobody reads it? Damn, I missed a perfect opportunity to draw down on a security guy. That'd have been funny. I just wanted to see if you guys had any kind of protection coverage. Like, I'm protected right here, buddy. So what do we have tonight on Gunchannels? Daily Gun Show. 7 o'clock Eastern. And shooting left of center, I believe, is this week.
And then I think Clovertech too.
Clovertag does a Thursday show as well. So we have a triumvirate of shows.
Oh. So Clover Tag, left to center.
And the Daily Gun Show. You literally rehearsed it in reverse order. But yeah, those are the 3. This Saturday, Adrian Broner fights Mikey Garcia. Welterweight division. It's going to be really good. Big coverage starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. Saturday night on Showtime. Can't wait for that. I love watching Broner get popped in his big fat mouth and then get another loss. He's such an arrogant prick. The difference between him and Mayweather is at least Mayweather has the wins to back it. Broner's getting beaten repeatedly these days.
Yeah, fun fact, crossing this bridge online will get you killed in the streets.
Oh yeah, it's out in the open.
This is the murder bridge.
Something happened with H1Z1 the other day. It's really like ultra frustrating because you have to set up your storage boxes and stuff in your bases. So what I do is I organize them in a particular order for like building materials, ammo, medicine, supplies, things like that. And they had a mini patch or something, which didn't fix a fucking thing. All I did was break everything because now all my shit's disorganized, and all the item spawns have been randomized, I think, too. Sucks. And they have this really annoying bug, like where if you're driving in a vehicle and the game crashes, the vehicle will continue to move. It'll coast because you're no longer accelerating it. It'll just coast, but it clips through everything. So like if you're going downhill or uphill or anything, it'll clip through the ground. And when you log back in, your vehicle's gone, obviously, but you're spawned underground and you can't get out. So you have to suicide. It's really fucking irritating. It's been a problem for the last 4 updates. They still haven't fixed it. It's just me off to no end. Because I had one crossbow and I can't find another one, and I lost it 2 days ago for that bullshit. Fucking game. One of your key bindings messes with your screen share. I don't know which one, but like every once in a while, I want to hear you click the keys. It'll blink to your avatar for a split second, go right back to the screen share.
Oh. Shoot. I wasn't paying attention because I was thinking about keys, and that dude just walk up on me.
It's only a bot.
Man, bots are... They updated the amount of...
AI.
Yeah, so the bots are actually stronger.
They did that on Cold Waters in the last update too. They made the AI far more, or they added more variations of AI. So like sometimes you still get a dumb sub commander, and sometimes you get a really good one. I came up on a Kilo class the other day. I fired a torpedo at it, and it was spamming countermeasures out the ass. And I'm like, oh wow, I actually got one of those good AIs. And then it kept doing like this corkscrew spiral. And unfortunately, my torpedo followed him all the way to crush depth. He wasn't smart enough to pull out in time. And one time I made him actually ground himself on the ocean floor. That was kind of cool. As soon as he hit the ocean floor, the torpedo hit him because he just stopped moving essentially. That was epic.
Oh, Hollow Sun makes lasers, apparently. It's a Hollow Sun laser.
Oh. Affordable combat at the touch of your fingers.
Yep.
Oh, I hate this time of year.
Yeah, this is the other murder street. Dude's hide up in that building up there and just snipe. You're over by the apartments, which everyone goes for.
That's where all the stuff is. Still need to buy those damn high school fleet boats before they're no longer on sale. I don't even play destroyers. It's really funny too. Dead Horse is really, really good at destroyers. Like, I wish I could sit down with him and just pick his brain on how he does it because he's really good at them. Our clan wasn't active enough, so he started a new one with a couple other people. But one thing I noticed he doesn't do, which is shocking, because I think he would be really good at it, is he doesn't do ranked battles. I don't know if he doesn't realize it, but there's like a bunch of free shit you get if you do ranked battles, and he would do very well with it because it's a lot more organized. Destroyers come at a premium in there. If you have a good destroyer captain in that game, in a ranked battle, you're in good shape. They carry you. Battleship, you're just punching bag in fucking ranked battle.
Oh, crap. Reload.
I gotta pay my phone bill. Better do that now before I forget. Today is the 27th. Skip video. Good God, why did you change the payment app? Overcomplicate the fuck out of it.
Got him. Your glasses belong to me.
There we go. Thank you. Your account now has a balance of 0. Woohoo! Bills paid. Nails done, hair did. That far. Is it worth it? Let me work it. So the backlash from Trump's no transgenders in the military thing is pretty severe.
How severe is it?
Enough where a bunch of transgendered retired military people are like, let's see you try to kick me out. I served for 20 years, shit like that. It's like, it's all about the timing and delivery of your message. He fucked up royally. Because what he really wanted to say was, the military will not pay for your operation. You can serve, just don't be a distraction. You know what I mean? Because like the difference between the military and society is, in the military, conform to the standards of the military. It's not the other way around. Society is trying to butt into the military to force them to accept changes in standards. The military is like, go fuck yourself. There's a reason you have military discipline. There's a reason you have basic training. Because they have to teach you how to take orders, how to listen when you have to, shit like that. I had a really strange dream that I enlisted, or I re-enlisted, or no, that I did enlist.
I hate to say this, but I'm gonna say it anyways because fuck it, I'm gonna be controversial. We need another war where we have to kill a lot of our soldiers off because we need to thin the herd.
We don't have enough of the herd to thin right now.
That's the problem.
We don't need it for us. We need it for a cultural shift.
We need a war where we get invaded and people actually have to do something instead of whine and complain about how many genders there fucking are.
Well, if the writing is on the wall, that we have surveillance plane buzzed over by two Chinese fighters in the South China Sea. They're building nuclear bunkers on the North Korean border that house 500,000 troops, even though they say they're doing it for civilians. And they've amassed, I think, over 3 million infantry on the border with India. They're preparing for something.
Yeah, they're preparing for Korea to fuck up.
Actually, they're preparing for us to attack North Korea because they specifically called us out of the bunkers. They're like, these are being put in place to quote protect the civilian population should the Americans fire a nuclear device.
We're not going to fire a nuclear device.
Well, I mean, essentially what they did was they just showed their hand. Now we know who their alliance is with. They're still backing North Korea on this. They never stopped, even though they keep saying they are. They never did. They can't be trusted. And obviously Russia will back China.
Yeah.
Essentially, Russia and China are going to eventually do a deal where all the Middle Eastern oil will go to them. Nothing will come to us. Which suits me fine, because we don't need it anyway. But then we're going to have to just turn our eye of Sauron south, deal with the Venezuela situation, because a lot of our oil does come out of there. Make nice with the South and Canada. It's going to be a tense couple of months, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on. I doubt anything's going to happen.
Well, I was talking to my dad about this the other, I think it was last night. I was telling him, something actually did go down. I was like, we're hosed. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, they're going to hit the Houston Ship Channel hard because this is where all the oil is being produced or refined. This is a strategic point, so they're going to come after it. Get back.
Yeah, who's going ham on Tarkov?
I am.
Shit. By the way, good morning, Noel.
Good afternoon.
Not yet. Yeah, nice track. Did you like that story that Angry wrote?
Do I like any of them?
Come on, you know you do, man. That was funny.
The only one I liked halfway was the one where I got Matt's IO Inc. AK and used it to save the group. That was the only one I liked. But I just can't catch a break.
Angry said, "I made you a hero. A hero, damn it."
Was that Angry's then? I don't know.
One of them was Angry.
I don't remember which one is which. There's been so many lately.
Angry's was a short one.
You missed the chocolate earlier. It's not my fault.
What chocolate?
Too late.
He's like, wait, what
You're
chocolate?
just gonna have to back up the video a couple hours and find out.
Chocolate.
Actually, the two people involved are here right now who made that love child in the first place. What happens when you take a turtle and a panda and slap them together? Delish.
That ain't right.
Nah, dude. It's exactly what happened. I had this thing called Hello Panda, but it was chocolate. It's great.
Chocolate.
Oh, yeah. They were good. I like them. It was like the movie Chips. I came in with low expectations and was pleasantly surprised.
You know, I saw that the other day.
Did you like it?
It was amusing.
That's all it was supposed to do. Be right back.
You dirty little hatchet dude.
Dirty little hatchet dude.
He's like
What's going
trying
on?
to sneak around me with a hatchet. He's being like extra sneaky.
Sneaky bastard.
Yeah, like I'd turn a corner and I'd see like his hatchet poking out for around the corner. Someone is shooting somewhere.
Jesus. Oh my Jesus.
Wow, that actually scared me a bit. They're like a wolf, and I'm like, what was that?
Have you seen that new Alien game that they've got out? Alien Insurrection or something like that? It's
No.
supposed to be scary as fuck.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's not really new. It's kind of old.
Has it
Nope.
been around a while?
That's been a while. But
The guy I watch, he actually just started playing it. You might be right though, because I think he mentioned he tried it earlier and it scared the shit out of him. He wouldn't play it for a while. Like
I didn't kill
the
him.
avatars of the characters' faces, it's weak. Like it doesn't look realistic, but the lighting is amazing.
Yeah, my brother and I were playing that for a bit one day. Ah.
Yeah, I watched this dude,
Let me try it out.
Jive Turkey. He's a retired Navy sonar man. And, I found him watching him play Dark Waters, and he started playing that, I think, yesterday. And he plays like Sniper Ghost Warrior. Basically does it off of requests. Foreign soldiers tend to gravitate towards his stream. Like he gets along with a lot of European guys. Like they're donating pounds and kroners and all sorts of crazy stuff on his freaking feed. It's funny too, because like when he's playing Cold Waters, he talks about his experiences in the Navy or whatever. So he knows all the nomenclature, like just rolls off his tongue naturally. But you know, you fire a torpedo and you can set the distance before the torpedo goes active, which means homes in on a target or whatever. And every once in a while, somebody will come to his door and his house, and his dog will start barking real loud, real close to the mic. He's like, "Whoa, whoa, hold on, guys, my dog just went active."
You stand up.
They're holding in on something at the door. I'll be right back. Yeah, when I start replaying Fallout 4, first of all, I need to finish finding all the mods I had for it because that's one of the reasons I haven't started playing yet. But I want to try the hardest type of story arc that you can do, and that's where you get all the factions to stop fighting each other. There's a way to do it. There's like a huge scratch your head and pat your tummy order you have to do the missions in. But by the time you're finished, you can get everyone to stop fighting, which means you can still work with the Brotherhood, you can still work with the Institute, you can still have the Institute, you can still work with the Railroad.
Oh crap!
Kind of cool.
Is that a mod?
It's not easy to do though.
No,
Like,
you can do it in
one
game.
thing wrong, it all goes to shit.
Yeah. I think there's this achievement for it. I don't think I killed a single person. Oh, all scabs.
It was
I got killed with a grenade, dude. He whipped a grenade at me.
The bot did?
Yeah. Like, the bots are hardcore now. They don't play around.
All of them or just some of them?
No, like all of the bots.
See, I don't like when they do that. The way they did it in Cold Waters is brilliant.
Oh, wait, I don't want
They spread them out. So, like, you have novice bots, you have expert bots, you have godly bots. You know, because if they're all godly, it becomes overbearing. Not everyone has that kind of experience. So.
I mean, it's based off their guns, too. So, like, they might just have a handgun or whatever. So you can just outrange them with a rifle. Unless you're on factory, where there is no outranging nobody with nothing. Because factory is like you're in the size of a shoebox.
Yeah.
All right, time to go dirty with the hatchet.
Nuketown was like that in Call of Duty. It was 2 houses across the street from one another. Shit was crazy. Actually, I think it was 4 houses.
Okay, we hatchet dance for friends.
What?
Did you just hatchet dance with somebody?
Yeah, I just hatchet danced that dude. We're friends now.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
No, totally.
That is how it works, dude. You hatchet dance with them, you're friends for life. Yeah. Until one of us gets a gun, we're friends for life.
Watch, he gets the gun and shoots you.
That has happened.
That's happened. It's also happened the other way a lot.
It also happens when you bend down to pick up the gun, you get stabbed in the head.
Yeah.
Folk.
And it's just like the, oh no. Well.
It's the, I thought you were my bro.
It's a them's the breaks kind of thing. Oh, rad! This thing's the greatest. Full of morphine, so I could just like shoot up and get super high and not feel my legs no more when they get broken.
You need PCP.
Whatever.
And bath
Tomato,
salts.
tomato.
And bath salts. Dude, that would be one fucked up combination. Jab yourself with morphine and then take PCP and bath salts.
I mean,
That's like God mode.
I don't think you need both.
No, that's God
I
mode.
think it's like you get the PCP and the bath salts, and you're already like
Morphine out.
yeah.
Shit.
It turns into and what was that like thing that all the cheaters had plugged in? A game genie. You basically just game genied life.
I think you mean Game Shark.
Up.
Oh, there's Genie too.
Yeah, there's a genie.
Game Genie is before your time.
Genie's my time.
It's technically my time too.
Can I get this guy before he gets me?
No.
Yet.
Yeah.
Yes. Got him. AK. Backpack.
Oh shit.
Other thing. Run. Now I'm gonna kill that guy if I find him.
Yet.
Eat his soul.
And Das Vidanya.
Dasva blow his brains all over the wall.
That's the extent of my Russian right now.
I'll check see if I have any magazines for this gun because it only has 11 rounds in it. Rad. What the? What on earth? I plugged him and he like disappeared. And now I'm out of ammo. Life is pain. Did I just throw my emptied magazine on the ground? All right, use. Continue to search. Search this. Am I still bleeding out? Nope. All packaged up. Rad. Gotta watch out for Hatchet Dude because he's running around here right now. Oh! Well, I think we got each other.
Did you guys get one shotgun to the face?
Yep. He got some like 5.45 to the nads, and I got a shotgun to the face.
Yeah, I noticed everybody runs around that part with the shotgun.
Because the shotgun in that map is really good. Because it's like, unless they have body armor, it's like 2 shells to the chest and they're dead.
Yeah, I was watching one dude play with the M4. That thing looks sick on this game. It sounded real good.
M4 is cool. The MP5 you like is ridiculous. You can just burn dudes down with the MP5.
Yeah, I was watching that for Double Dog Gamer play and shit.
Yeah, the SKS is also another gun that's really good in this game.
Long distance.
Yeah, you put a good optic on it and you just sit in a corner and like 2-shot dudes. Because like the SKS is like a 2-shot hit to the chest will kill. Or like 3 shots to the legs will kill if they're wearing body armor. Oh. Why, hello there. How you doing, sailor? Did he go in this Connex box or up? There's a guy. There's 2 of them. I also found out some stuff I didn't know about this game. Like apparently if you're playing as a scav, the other scavs won't attack you unless you like murder one. So you can like work together with the NPCs to like kill other players.
Have you got any new toys on this thing?
Yeah, I got a bunch of gear. I'm just a hoarder and I don't want to run out and lose gear.
Yeah, I get you. You die, you lose all your gear.
Yep, use everything you're holding. Do I have any semi-auto shotguns? I have 1. Yeah, let's see if the trader's got anything good right now. How much does he want for this AK? Oh. What? Shoot. That's like nothing, dude.
So what the fuck? They got still K762?
Yeah, like there's various types of ammo you can use that'll do different things. Shoot, I'm gonna get me some AKs. Oh, is this a... Yep, it is. A Noveski pig. Any good guns this dude's got?
The SK5?
Yeah, this guy doesn't have anything. All shotguns. The KX3.
Ah. Make an infidel?
You could indeed make an infidel. I'm gonna go get me some AKs with an abundance of violence.
Oh yeah, nice strike. In Angry Story, you gave a 10-inch HK to Flippy.
Oh, that one, yeah. Yeah, what was it? A 416?
It was a 416. He stick 10-inch with a 10-inch barrel.
Because Flippy wouldn't use anything but an HK. He wouldn't even
Yeah,
use the ROM.
I like
threw
this
back the
Flippy in this
revolver.
story. Good man. Whoa! These dudes are whipping grenades at each other now. Or whipping grenades at me. Not about this life, bro. Get up
I'll
here.
try to find this. I'll try to find the where what's his name left you. Angry put you at. Can you hear that story?
Oh. Oh, sorry, dude. Whatever, you're almost dead. Let me just... Desynced. Gay. It's like currently the problem the game has is it'll desync.
That's when there's too many people on.
No, for some reason, like the newest patch made it so like just randomly the server will desync, but it doesn't affect the NPCs. It only affects the actual players.
White bird.
So
Raphael gave up on his mic, huh?
Raphael's gonna come back up and he says, it was on sale.
Oh, he did that. Oh, you mean he's gonna come back with a new headset and mic?
It was on sale. No.
Comes back with the AK.
No.
Yeah.
He was in the market for a pattern 17 rifle, though.
Yeah, Shawnee's still talking about Kyrie Irving.
I know. He wants to go to the New York Knicks really bad. They're trying to get It's trying to get Cleveland to take Brian Anderson's poison pill contract as the hang up, because they could use Rhino at power forward. It's just they don't want to pay $20 million a year for him. And, if they would, then we'd send him to Cleveland. Cleveland sends Irving to New York. New York sends Anthony to Houston. But it's not that cut and dry.
My brother said the Cavs ain't that stupid. They ain't gonna trade nobody.
Well, Kyrie's been ignoring his call.
Trade him to the Phoenix Suns for
Bledsoe. That was a rumor, but it got shot down real quick yesterday. That must be your brother in the background. Yeah, that was the rumor yesterday, but it got shot down. What might happen though?
You can't trade Jock Jackson right now because he barely signed a contract.
It's got to be a four-way deal, and part of that to make that happen is if Houston sends Trevor Ariza to Utah, they got two guys in Utah that Cleveland won. So it would be like you get those two plus Anderson, then they send Kyrie to New York, then Melo comes to Houston. That actually works financially. It's just a matter of do all sides agree on that. It could happen. I have a funny feeling we're going to lose Ariza in the process to do it. I mean, the only other thing that we can do is buy out Anderson, but then Cleveland has no incentive to trade Kyrie to New York. Then they can pick up Anderson for whatever they want, and we get screwed. So, I don't know. It's a tricky situation. I heard Rubio's been traded too, right? Or is he still technically on the Timberwolves? If we can get Minnesota to take
He went to the Jazz.
He did? Okay. So yeah, that's why the Utah deal was important with Ariza.
What?
Get him, Flippy.
That makes sense.
Oh,
Dude
shit.
betrayed the waggle.
Maybe he didn't know about it. It seems like it's way too easy to lose everything in that game.
Yeah.
The pace is too fast.
Well, it's the thing. It's like gear, honestly, as cool as it is, doesn't really matter. Because you can have like the best equipment ever, and you can play like a retard and lose it all to a guy with a hatchet.
Yeah.
Who literally has nothing.
Yep. Which sort of gets everyone just to run around with just weak weapons because nobody wants to lose their goodies. Poor way to balance the game.
Or you just play smarter with your stuff.
Or camp more.
Yeah. Or you play with partners and stuff. Like they're
First-person shooters sort of died because of the way it all ends up going the same way no matter what. This is how visually awesome is it when you're doing it. Like I didn't do Battlefield 1. I was set on buying it and I never did. Like,
Oh, hell no.
This is going to be another endless carrot chase to unlock gear. Just, it's like, as soon as you find the noob tube version of the weapon in any
What?
shooter,
Oh,
it's over.
this is where that dude is. Ever be on my lips. Ever be on my lips. Man,
What happened?
I got ganged up on, dude. There's like 3 guys on that stairwell.
You have molested by shotguns and shit?
I think I took a Makarov to the face.
These people in their Makarovs.
But yeah, if you play cautiously and you actually like legit move, like watch your corners and you move how you should move, you're going to kill like 80% of the people with no issue. But if you're doing my situation, where you run around with a hatchet swinging all willy-nilly, sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't.
It's your own personal knife party.
Yeah. You might catch a dude outside.
I want to throw hands.
Like right now,
So
this
Nia,
dude
Is
wants.
your brother betting on Mikey Garcia for Saturday? Or is he
For
think
what?
that loudmouth Bronner's? It's Bronner versus Garcia this weekend. Or does he not do boxing?
He does not do
It's like-
boxing.
That's like your state hero right there. Garcia's actually badass as a boxer. He's really
Dude, you know how much I love my style, you fuck.
I mean, his story's cool. Like his whole family is a bunch of strawberry farmers. He became a boxer. He's really good. He's ultra humble about it. Whereas Broner's just a jerk off. I can't wait to see him fucking hit the canvas tomorrow. We're exactly 29 days away from Mayweather versus McGregor too. The circus. Two king clowns of their sport are gonna face off.
The fuck, Flippy died again?
Yeah, spawned in and a dude was behind me with a PPH.
Damn.
That is not an easy game to play.
No, it is not.
You're gonna spend more time staring at the loading screen there than you're actually hitting the game. Like the learning curve for that's not. It's steep. Like your typical noob tube and pubs are gonna quit like on day one.
Yep, which is why you had to pay so much to get into the alpha.
Because they're hoping to avoid those kinds of people.
Yep. And now beta is like, it's supposed to be coming sometime this month, so it coming sometime this month, and the month being almost over.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty much. Should be coming soon. I think like the base game that gets you into beta is like $20. I paid like 140 to get into alpha, and then like got a bunch of extra goodies and stuff.
I remember when signing into an alpha was an application, and they just wanted to know what other games you tested to see if you were worthy of being in an alpha. Now they just say who has the money to buy in, you buy in. It's like World Series of Poker almost.
Yeah, well, I mean that's how things have changed.
This
And
is
then
the
like
new way
they
things are
still,
done.
and then they'll also hand out like alpha keys to specific people and whatnot to like try to get buzz about the game.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure like Splattercat, fucking. I'm sure all those guys have those already. And like H2O Delirious. I'm pretty sure he's playing this already.
I don't think H2O has it. I know that Ohm has it.
Cartoons has it.
No.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah, Ohm has it. I've never seen Cartoons or H2O playing it. Devil Dog. I think Devil Dog actually bought it himself.
Yeah, Devil Dog is going ham on that shit.
Cause the game's good. Like all the new updates to it have like really made it better. Other than the new update that causes dethinking.
The last episode of Devil Dog, he fucking went ham. He was throwing John Wick on people.
Like, man, when you have a good set of guns and you get into an actual shootout, like it is like sphincter clenchingly difficult and exciting. Like you're just the entire time like in a ball of terror, like popping corners and like trying to pop dudes without getting popped. It's like the greatest feeling. Which makes it completely worth these like times you're just running around mindlessly trying to hatchet people and not get hatcheted yourself. This guy's gonna kill me. Please don't kill me.
that game got VR support?
Nope. This guy is actually fully geared out. He has a helmet, a machine gun, and everything. I'm like, I'm done. Yep. And he's watching the corner. Bro, I ain't got nothing. What is this? Oh, a riser.
That's when you go and bury your hatchet in his neck. Then you have everything.
Dude, I'm literally in a cord. Ow. You shot me in the arm.
I actually
Screw
played
it.
a game like that a long time ago.
Well,
I think it was Ultima Online, as a matter of fact. And would sneak into Chaos player kill zones and just loot bodies and log off. Take the good shit and then go back to like offline mode.
nice.
That's what I've been seeing some people do. They just start killing people with good shit, then they fucking leave. Like, fuck this shit.
Yep. Diablo 3 was notorious for it.
I mean, that's honestly the best strategy is to like roll up after a fight or in the middle of a fight.
Yep.
Like, tag a dude, grab all of his kit, and then just book it. Book it for the exit.
The vulture effect.
And then, like, look at what you got in the main screen. Yeah, there was... that last situation, there was, like, nothing that I could do. The guy had me in, like, straight up a hallway where there's, like, no exits except for where he was.
It's when you use, like, the flip-off emoji.
That's when it's just, like, I'm just gonna start my hatchet. Just do it for him.
See, in H1Z1, there's actual, like, you can hit the F keys and they'll do like, different emojis and shit. And, like, sometimes when I get caught out in player versus player, I'll just flick them off because I know I'm about to die anyway.
Yeah, that actually, thinking about it, that would have actually behooved me to have brought a live grenade into the match with me. Because I could just put it on my bar and then just whipped a grenade at him and then, like, hey.
Like Last Stand?
Yeah, just been like, whatever, dude. I'm taking you and your glorious gear with me.
Someone else is getting your shit.
Yep. And you'll know that today, on this day, you did not hang the famous Jack Sparrow.
There you go. Somebody's gonna walk up to your body and be like, this guy didn't have shit. And they walk over to the other guy and be like, he killed this dude who had everything.
Yeah. Cha-ching!
That guy must have been pissed.
Yeah, it was like heavy armor and soft armor. It looked like that dude had heavy armor, and he for sure had a helmet.
Why do parts of that game remind me of was it The Division? It's not the same developer, is it?
No, this is some Russian group. Ubisoft made the Division. Because this is basically the Division, but like they took all the boring parts out and threw them away.
See, at the time there was H1Z1 and there was the other one. And the other one was the Russian company too.
Yeah, there was H1Z1 and then there was DayZ.
DayZ, that's it.
And then DayZ standalone was so... Yeah, there was an issue with DayZ standalone. Like, that game was not good. Whereas, like, the mod DayZ was so fun.
Why is the standalone worse than the actual game itself?
I don't know. It just was, like, really buggy, and it just wouldn't work as well as the mod did.
What's really funny is the development groups are blurring the lines between the two titles now, because there's parts of H1Z1 that were in DayZ before, and DayZ's copying stuff that was in H1Z1. So it's like they're turning into the same game. And like the developers stalled so long on one that they decided to split it into two games. Now you've got Just Survive and King of the Kill.
Oh.
Like the developers wanted to work on the PvP aspect more than anything else, so they made a separate game so they can go branch up on that, hoping the other half would die. It didn't. Though I do find it funny, it's been in early access for almost 2 years now.
What, H1Z1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Development is slow. They got a new group of developers in it, though. It's just, what are they going to do?
Well, isn't H1Z1 run by Sony?
Well, it was, and then they sold it, and I think they bought it back. It's hard to say who's actually in charge now. I don't know. I send them stuff on their Reddit page all the time. Well, they have the third-party forum too. But I do what I call the Friday Five, and I'll put like a bunch of suggestions based off of what I picked up and learned, found bugs, throughout the week. Like they still don't let you siphon gas tanks, and that's really stupid. It's like there's vehicles all over the place. You should be able to siphon the tanks. I'm sure you're going to be vulnerable while you're doing it, but with risk comes reward. I don't know. I think there's probably going to be a server wipe soon because I've been on this build now for over a month. So I started just using up all my resources. Like I've been making rigged lights all over my base.
Crap.
Is like a fucking lighthouse now.
I'm dead, dude. Oh, I'm so toast. Please have some ammunition in this vest.
Negative.
Oh, thank God. There's ammo in this vest. And I'm bleeding out of my arms.
Both of them?
Both arms. I got hit hard, dude. I'll use this IFAK, whatever. That guy totally booked it. Oh, there he is.
Guy buys badass 1980s FBI surveillance.
Ah! I think I bled out. That's the other thing. Like, if you don't treat yourself and you're bleeding and you run, you lose more blood faster.
Oh, yeah, it's realistic because you're pumping faster.
So I think I just bled myself out. I also used an IFAK. Why did I gotta buy more IFAKs. I think the UN guy has them. Yeah. Bill. Deal. Bill. What? Oh, okay. Deal. I'll buy a T1. I'm missing a few American dollars. That sucks. I won't be buying a T1.
I just thought of that. You know what? I was doing a theme today of products with built-in obsolescence. H1Z1. DayZ. Both games with built-in obsolescence.
I mean, what I'm wondering is, what is Rocket doing now?
I don't know.
Because he was the main one behind the DayZ mod, and then he like started the DayZ game, and then he abandoned it, and then went off and did something else.
I wonder if he sold his stake in it.
Yeah, I think he did. Like, he let go of everything. Kind of like whatever.
The guy who made DayZ?
Yeah, like Rocket bailed from it really early in the project.
He sold it.
Maybe he's in the credits of what you're playing now. Would it surprise you at all?
Oh, this guy wants to fight.
He didn't go to the dance.
Fight!
He didn't, dude. He didn't wiggle back. If he would have just wiggled back, yeah.
Fatality?
No, you gotta do the Honda thing.
Man, I don't know if I can't trust that, bro. He's not a wiggler. If you're not wiggling, I can't trust you. Oh, please don't turn. Please don't turn. Please don't. Balls!
He's looking right at you.
Yep.
And then the screen went black. Probably heard you coming.
Dude, he didn't turn to like the last second. I was like, foot from him. I would like one more second, and I would have like taken his face and would have been wearing his face on my face.
It's very Hannibal Lecter-ish.
It's like
Maybe he heard you coming.
Yeah.
Do they do footsteps as ambient?
Yeah, like the noises in the game are really good. Like you can pinpoint where people are from like gunshots.
That's pretty cool.
So he straight up heard. He must have heard me coming. It was like, I got you.
If you ain't crouching and crawling.
Yeah, Flippy, how much ammo you got?
Everyone and their dog has shotgun shells for some reason, so I left with a lot of them. It's just the pump shotgun sucks.
You would have got him with one of those being that close, though.
Oh, the pump shotgun, the second I saw him, he would have been dead, dude. I would have just unloaded 6 rounds into him from across the room. He would have been like a pile. He would have just been like wall plaster with fond memories of childhood.
Hamburger.
I would be I'd be scooping his brains out of whatever's left of that helmet right now.
He would be what was left of Nina. Ooh, I went there. There.
Dude, he would have straight up got RoboCop. It would have been great.
RoboCop.
That's bad. Funny, but bad.
Y'all checking out that surveillance van?
Up. How am I going to sneak up on this bro?
Dude, imagine if a fucking Jew had got that van.
What? Oh.
Got him! So you dead?
You gotta take back the body.
Crap. And I'm out of here.
Leave, run.
Blue skin dude, we can too.
Yeah, did you check his rifle?
I don't even know if it... Oh! No!
And it all went black.
Oh, I almost got out.
Back to the loading screen.
Yep. Man, I didn't even know if that shotgun had ammo in it, to be honest. I just threw it in my kit and just ran.
That shit would infuriate me. Staring at that screen would piss me off so much.
I'd be a lot more mad if it wasn't where it was just like, I'm not entering the game with anything. I'm not prepared to lose. Like, if I just got like a brand new MP5 SD and I'm just rolling around with an aimpoint and stuff on it, and I get domed on my way out, I would be livid. Especially sitting at the door, like waiting to exit. It takes like 10 seconds to leave.
Someone camped the door. I can't remember what game that was now. We used to claymore the doors at spawns. People couldn't come out. They were all pissed off. Probably like Planet Side 2 or something. You could camp the spawn so hard with your entire team that the other team would just sit there and be like, fuck you guys. And then you get all the vehicles and then you come camp the spawn with the vehicles also. Good old days. Nice, bring me a cold shiner, will ya?
Man, I can't take this with me. I can't take that sound. I'm not about to give up on my morphine.
Cuchillo, bring me a shiner.
A shiner?
Yeah, I can go for it right now.
Get your shine box.
2 of them actually in my Stein. That'd be great right now.
Up.
Is that load screen?
Yep, load screen.
I saw it just start to fade out when I said that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much just giving off like audio cues whenever it's about to load screen by me just going up or
Yep.
uh-oh.
It's like 15 seconds of gameplay for 25 seconds of load screen. Not my idea of a good time. It's funny too because I played a World of Warships co-op yesterday just to knock out this one mission because it's easier in co-op to do them. And I sailed out, and within 30 seconds, I was back at port because for some reason the AI in co-op mode does not miss. And he fired a full broadside barrage into me, and my ammo rack blew within like the first minute. I'm like, well then, I guess that's the end of that.
Well, in that World of Warships game, like if your ship dies, do you lose it or?
No, you just have to wait until the battle's over, and then it respawns in your port, and you pay a repair fee or whatever. The only time you lose a vehicle, they do this in World of Tanks, like Clan Wars, and if you blow up in Clan Wars, you can't use that vehicle for a week. In other Clan Wars, you can still play pub battles and shit with it, but you can't use it as a defensive tool or an offensive tool in like player versus player Clan Wars. That way, it forces groups to have to think strategy when they start losing important pieces. That was one part of the game that part of me really liked the idea, but really hated the execution of it because I have almost all of the tier 10 vehicles in that game. So everybody wants me all the time. But then I'm the one losing my vehicles all the time, and I'm locked down for a week. This sucks. You know, before it was like, we'll let you into this clan if you have a win rate over 52%, which is not easy to do. And you have to have an accuracy rating of over 65%. I'm like, okay, that's easy to do. And then all of a sudden they turned around and they were like, how many tier 10s do you have? And if you say like 3, they don't even want you. If you tell them you have like 20, they're like, yeah, come on in.
Yeah, fun of alpha. Server crashed while waiting to like get into it.
Does that just drop packets at work or?
I don't know. Just sometimes that happens where it just sometimes dies.
Imagine that dude with all that fucking gear trying to leave and it crashes.
Oh, it's not good for you.
That's a bad day.
You know somebody got that shit.
You're going to have a bad day.
Could be mad as fuck.
Because you lose everything. Because your character, just because you pull the plug, your character's still stuck in the arena. So someone's just going to walk up to you and take it. Yeah, see? Look. Attention, your character's still in a raid that never entered. Confirm leave. So if I had anything on my character that wasn't in my like anti-lose box, it's gone now. Yeah, closed beta starts in July. Which, how much is... Oh, it won't show me the prices. Digital copy of the game, guaranteed access to closed beta, bonus equipment at start. Yeah, this is how much it costs to get into the beta. I'm just going to post it in the chat areas because I can't. It won't tell me because I already paid way too much for the game.
You probably shouldn't have.
Nah. Because the version I bought, I specifically bought it because it gave you a hatchet.
Yeah, because hatchet lives matter.
Yeah, it gives you instant access to the current alpha version of the game, unlocks early unlock of your digital copy, guarantees access dash, addition.
It got quiet all of a sudden.
Angry, you said 140 for a tomahawk? Yep. Yeah, I'll be right back.
I was just getting yelled at in Spanish again.
Yep, soft crash followed by hard crash. It's great. Beta.
Well, Flippy, you can handle it. You're a big boy.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah.
Did you ever get out of the New York?
What do you mean?
Out of the New York. It's your 5 thing. You still have that, or did you get?
Nah, I still have it.
What the fuck?
I don't play. The problem is that game is an uber long grind, and I hate long grinds.
Yeah, but once you get through it, you don't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm lazy.
Some people actually deliberately hang out in the middle where the fun is, or whatever. According to them. One guy just quit because the way that they redid the matchmaker, because they liked playing tier 6, and when they re-altered the matchmaker, everyone started getting their tier 6s thrown into battles with really heavy tier 8s. So then he moved up to tier 8 to try to compensate, and it threw him into tier 10 battles. So he was like, this is no fun anymore. He was like a major contributor too. I'm just struggling through 9 right now because the 9 I'm playing is the one before the Yamato, and it's really hard to do anything effective in it because all the guns are in the front, and you can only use 2 out of the 3 turrets. unless you turn sideways, and then you're vulnerable as hell. Like I try to get at least a couple of battles in every day because they've got this mission thing going on right now, and you can unlock a unique camo for the Dunkirk. So I'm trying to get that. That's pretty achievable. Some of the other missions they're doing right now are just ridiculous. Like you'd have to play 6 hours a day. Just don't have that kind of time. I used to, but I don't really feel like doing it. I've been telling myself I'm supposed to make bullets for the last like 5 days, and I haven't even done that either. Every time I sit down next to my bench, I'm like, no, I gotta clear out all this stuff, and I gotta move the bench over, and I gotta sit down in front of it and start doing all this shit. I cleaned the brass like 2 weeks ago, and so I've done it. My tumbler's getting kind of weird too. Like if I load the cylinders and then put them in the tumbler and flip the switch, it won't move. Like the drive motor gets stuck. So before I start it, I had to fill the cylinders, leave them outside, grab the armature that spins, and manually turn it before I flip the switch. And then once that starts spinning, then I stick the cylinders on top of it. It's like it's getting jammed or something. It still works once I get it going, though. I think I might have the longest lasting Harbor Freight tool in existence right now. Seriously. Like I had this tumbler for, I think, 3 years now. Still works.
Well, Tumblr, it's only supposed to do one thing, so I don't see a problem with it.
No chat happening.
No chat napping, but what am I gonna do then?
Get the animated prostitution mod for Fallout 4, make things interesting.
Ha!
Actually, that's been an alpha forever. I think that guy quit doing it. The guy from New Zealand. Like that mod worked pretty good in Fallout 3, and then it worked really good in New Vegas. And then
You didn't need it in New Vegas.
Well, then he made it like really intricate for Skyrim. Like it had a bunch of different options for like you could pimp your partner out, you know. But the way that they did 4, it changed everything. Like there was no Gek to figure out how to make it work.
I hate, like, that was one of the things I hated about 4 was how, like, partner-centric it was. Where it's like, oh, be sure to always have a companion with you. Don't go anywhere without your companion. It's like, I don't want a companion with me. I don't play Fallout to have friends in it. I play Fallout so I can eat children.
I mean, they did have that one perk where you get elevated stats if you travel alone. It's like halfway down the tree. I saw that.
Yeah, but that one perk doesn't negate the benefits of another person with you.
That's true. But I mean, most of the vanilla companions kind of suck anyway. Like their accuracy is weak. They're like stormtroopers and shit.
Oh, well, then you're doing it wrong. You don't use them for, like, accuracy. You use them to pack crap.
Oh, yeah, I pack mules all the time. Like, you're carrying this.
That's what they're there for, is to pack mules. And it's like, oh, you gotta build relationships with your character. It's like, I don't want No.
Oh,
Take me back to Fallout 3, where I can nuke a city and not have to deal with.
you destroyed Nuketown?
Yeah, dude, the rich people told me I could be one of them if I did it.
Yeah. Or you just like trigger the bomb. Hilarious.
And then you just
Did
sit
it
there and
work?
watch it.
Yeah, it works. That's part of the
What do you
game.
mean?
You can choose to.
Yeah, you blow up a city, dude. The city's gone. It's a radiated hole in the ground that you can never go to again because of all the radiation.
Sweet, sweet radiation.
And then the rich people are like, "You're cool, dude. You can live in our rich people tower."
Oh, that's right. A 10 penny tower, 10 pine. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they give you an apartment,
There was
which
a
I
way to
got
do it
bored with,
without
and then I
nuking town, though.
started sneaking around the upper levels of the apartment, like sneaky killing people.
Yeah, that's what they get for thinking they're holier than thou.
But I just got bored, so I just wanted to murder them.
Oh.
I always wanted to take out Little Lamplight.
I have the urge to murder everyone and everything in Diamond City, but I don't.
Turn the lamplight out.
Yeah,
What was the
My
name
whole
of the
thing
town
was
that they
like-
would go to after they grew up? Was it just Big Town?
I think it was Big Town. Like they got too old, they went to Big Town.
That place was always a pain in the ass to defend.
Yeah, it was like that stupid Mole's Cavern place.
Yeah, 3 was actually really good.
Yeah, there was a lot in 3. Like Tree Dude.
Treated was awesome.
Where you meet him and he's like begging you to kill him, and then like his weird cult following are like, "We love him. He's our god."
Yeah, then you can destroy his heart underground, or you can just convince him to.
That life is worth living as a tree.
Right.
See, I did that. I convinced him that life was worth living as a tree, and then I snuck underground and killed his heart. Because I'm like, yo, you're going out on my terms, dude, not yours.
I need a new bottle.
And there was that town of cannibals where they had like a grandpa and like, I think it was 2 kids. And like the grandpa and the kids weren't cannibals, so they were like locked into a house, but the rest of the town was a bunch of cannibals. And they're like, yeah, we enjoy eating people for fun. I guess in the meantime of waiting for this update, I'm going to continue to watch this video of this guy playing with an SKS in the dark, murdering folks with it.
Yeah, they got night vision with that?
Yeah, there's night vision in Escape from Tarkafi.
Take Taffy.
Tarko Fifi.
Bro, like stuff is dark. Like when you go in at nighttime on certain maps, it's dark. Alright, the updates are done. I can play the game again. Oh yeah, there's that weird spot where you can like. There was that weird slave camp called like Lincoln or something.
See, this is the annoying thing about having seasonal drivers. They walk into your shop, right? And it's like, I thought he was just a local pickup for parts. And it turns out he was actually a route driver. I'm like, wait, you brought a truck? He's like, yeah. I'm like, what are you doing here? Just fucking pull in the back, dude. Oh. Must be new to this.
Yeah, I'm from California.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It kind of looked and sounded like it, actually. Now that I mention it. It's a bit derpy. You know, one of the scarier missions in Fallout 3, since we were talking about that earlier, was the white noise shelter or whatever, where they invited all the artists and musicians, and then they kept poisoning their minds with white noise in the PA system, and they all went crazy and started killing each other. Reading all the journal entries of that. That shit was creepy.
There were a lot of those. Like all the vaults in that game were just an experiment in like how terrible can things be made for people.
Yeah, and it's like, did the Enclave create that, or did Vault-Tec create that, or did the Enclave and Vault-Tec work together to create that?
Well, remember the Enclave. The Enclave is just the remnant of the United States government.
So it was the previous government.
It was the previous government and Vault-Tec, most likely.
Yeah,
because they're just that kind of assholes.
Social experiments and things. That one was creepy. The Dunwich building thing was really creepy. The Cannibal Town, that was just, you knew that was going to be there. That
went over so well.
Well, I mean, they copied it in Book of Eli, but instead of a whole town, they did a house.
Well, like in Cannibal Town, there was like that one house with the grandpa and like the two kids.
Yeah.
Who weren't cannibals, and the rest of the town were a bunch of dirty cannibals.
But you knew the old guy and the two kids were on borrowed time.
Yeah, they were, because I downloaded the Killable Children's mod.
Yeah. That's a necessity.
Really is. Like, I walked in and shotgun Grandpa right in the mouth. The kids, like, immediately start screaming and running around, and I'm like, oh, there are kids in here.
Kitty.
Like, as soon as it was great, because, you know, it's like you load in, it's like Grandpa walks up, he's like, hi, and I'm just like, shotgun mouth, douche. Like, I'm done dealing with you dirty cannibals, and like the kids run out from the back of the bedroom being like, oh my god, Grandpa's dead. It's like, well, mistakes were made.
Some mistakes were made in the filming of this so-and-so.
Yeah, mistakes were made, children. It's okay. Think of it this way. Think of it on the bright side. You're now orphans in the most unforgiving wilderness of the post-apocalyptic future. Think of all the fun you guys can have. Although there's like, I remember there was a bug before Killable Children's, like in the actual game, where if you had that, there are like two perks you can have, like the nighttime Sandman, I think was what it was called, where you can like sneak up on dudes sleeping and you slit their throats, and it like kills them like instantly. And then there was like the blood drinking one, where you could sneak up on dudes sleeping and just drink their blood. Which you could do Sandman kills to the children, but it wouldn't kill them because they're children. But you would still get all the like experience points of killing them. So you can just literally like farm the children. Remember that vault that was like all a computer simulation of like the 50s? With like the little girl who controlled everything?
No.
Yeah, I bought this thing like 6 months ago. Can I send it back for a refund because it was too short?
No.
It took you 6 months to find that out? Really? See, here's what you do. Here's the deal. See, what you got to do, you got to take your cables that were too short, right? You got to take a bunch of, you braid them into a rope. And then what you want to do is you want to make a noose. And you want to stick your head in it and you want to jump off your roof. The Blue Whale Challenge.
Sean,
Amazon, Stripe.
don't tell anyone to commit suicide because that's bad.
That's the Blue Whale Challenge. Go download this app. Follow it step by step.
That's bad, okay?
Okay.
Suicide is bad. It usually leads to death.
He's not lying.
Right.
I'm PC Principal.
Death is the leading cause of homicide. Thank you, Sheila Jackson Lee. You stupid piece of shit.
So cruel. So mean.
She's like the social justice retard of politics. She's like the John Madden of politics.
I'll be right back.
Well, what you see is the team the team that scores the most points usually wins the game. Thanks, John. Pat Summerall takes another swig of liquor. Can't believe I have to work with this asshole year after year.
Sean, are you bitter much?
No, that's just Pat Summerall being bitter about working with John Madden. Actually, I think John's pretty much ready to die. He's in pretty bad shape these days.
He's done.
Enjoying his retirement years, eating three-legged turkeys. I actually wrote them one year because you remember when they were doing that? It was like the three-legged or the four-legged or the six-legged turkeys during the Super Bowl Thanksgiving games. John Madden was always talking about them. I remember I tweeted them or sent them an Instagram message one time, and I was like, "Do those turkeys come from Springfield?" Like the three-eyed fish. They got it. They knew exactly what I meant. So here we are at the top of the hour. I'm going to give Mr. Knives an excuse to do the bum. So this is a reminder for all of you out there at YouTube and anywhere else you may be watching this to come on down to Gunchannels.com. We're just free to join, register, free to be part of this conversation. You can come and hang out with us during the prime time hours and meet many of your favorite YouTube personalities. Most of those who actually host shows here at Gunchannels every night. Tonight on Gunchannels.com we have the One Show coming up at 7 o'clock Eastern, followed by I believe Shooting Left of Center this week, Yankee Marshall, Never Enough Ammo, Gun Websites. I think it's just those three. And I believe our new guy, Clover Tack, hosts a show here on Thursdays to wrap up the evening with a late night chat on Gunchannels.com tonight.
Awesome.
See that? I caught Knives asleep behind the wheel again.
Well, Knives is the one that promotes the patches and the gearwebsites.com, where you can get patches, stickers, maybe a bayonet or two. You can get swag like t-shirts, hoodies, all kinds of paraphernalia. So just go to gunwebsites.com and help us out, would you?
And if you really do want a Gun Channels logo thong, make sure you ask for it, because if you don't ask, then we can never say no.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay.
I still want Flippy to like stitch in Gun Channels logos on the side of socks, like with a Nike logo typically. That'd be badass, man.
Could 100% get that done.
See, like I need to see if we need to gauge interest here on Gunchannels to see if enough people want that. Because I'd totally buy those. Send you the design for the Gunchannels thong, dude. Pantsu channels. I'm just gonna be devastated if we freaking stole all his thunder again today. The male has arrived. It's really funny. Ever since I started doing these morning podcasts every day, or every other day, or being part of them every day, I get a lot more at work done. Like a lot more. Even though I'm preoccupied, mentally. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start working on another hair. Where I left it.
All right. I'm going to head out.
All right.
I'll see you guys later.
We'll see you later.
Later.
Ravens lineman John Urschel, math genius, is retiring from football.
How many? Okay, cool. This gun's all set.
Pakistani council orders revenge rape of 16-year-old girl. I read that story. That's fucking insane.
Wait,
Her
what?
brother was her brother was found guilty of being in a group of other guys that gang raped a chick. So the court demanded that his sister gets a revenge rape. Like somebody's gonna bang his sister as punishment. Honor killing style, you know what I mean? It's retarded.
Yeah.
It's really stupid.
I'm gonna bleed out because I don't have any medical gear, and my arm's broken. Success. I blame the Superman hat.
It's pretty funny. Yahoo News has just turned into a circus of anti-Trump ads. It's almost pathetic. It's like if it's not Trump hate stories, hit pieces, it's like Game of Thrones spoiler stories everywhere. It's really retarded.
Man, I have too many AKs, dude. I need to start thinning the
AKs for
herd.
days.
Yeah, I need to start thinning the herd on my equipment.
It's a good problem to have, though, isn't it?
It means I got too good at these hatchet runs.
Fucking warranty check. Oops. Gotta hook up the paralegal chick. Sounds cute. Oh wait, maybe I shouldn't. She's a paralegal in a sanctuary city in California. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. Y'all are retarded. Must be something in the water or the air. Which is why Knives is immune, because he drinks a beer out of Texas. Definitely need to remember to pick up a six or a shiner on the way home.
Do you trade ruples for dollars? No, I do not. Okay, now that I have a surplus of AKs, I'm gonna take one out with me.
It'll be your best match.
Do you have any dab vests? Cool. Game, why? Why do you hate me?
WAIY. Why?
It spawned me at like the worst spot with equipment to have.
Ooh.
Oh, he got domed. Trying to sneak up on me, dude.
Okay.
Best be watching yourself before I don't. Whatever. I give up.
Wonder if Knives, are you there? I'm wondering I'll get smashed.
Give me that key.
We're like 5 days away before the world is flooded with Oktoberfest beer. Sweet, glorious Marzen beer.
Oh, this guy's got a shotgun. Where is he?
I thought you said they were crap.
What, shotguns?
Yeah.
Oh, shotguns are like overpowered. Is unbelievably overpowered.
Yeah, you want that then.
On this map, yeah, there's like two. Whoa. I gotta hurry, that dude's sneaking up behind me. Oh my god. Gotta reload. The fear, dude. The fear. This is garbage. Discard. Search. Stuff this into here. Pocket full of shells. This hat.
Actually, you know what? I added Fred Durst to my celebrity death pool this year because he was friends with both Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington, and he delivered like a eulogy at Bennington's funeral or whatever. He's gonna be the next one. It's gonna make it. He's worth like 51 points. He's in his late 40s. He's over 50 points. I gotta have that. He was okay until he went commercial. Underground is no longer underground. Things go weak real quick.
Someone is going ham out here with a shotgun.
Wasting all your future ammo.
I know.
Hunt him down.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Seriously? This dumb fuck called me 3 days ago. I told him to send his shit as quickly as possible, and he's still calling me now, probably still not shipping my shit.
I just got hatcheted, dude.
And the circle of hatching is complete.
Yep. Someone snuck up on me and took it. magazine.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I told that guy, man. I was like, send it as soon as I send you the shit. I'll get you taken care of. He didn't ship it for 2 days. Now he's in like full-on crisis panic mode. So I told him, you know what? Just buy an extra one. That way you have a spare. And he's like, that's a good idea. So instead of doing a warranty, I'm doing a warranty and I made a sale. Everybody wins. Free vaccinations for everybody. Fox these two. Issue that number to this woman. Then maximize my chill.
Ooh, this tiny AK has a red dot.
What do you mean tiny? It's a short one?
Yeah, it's one of those shoot skis or whatever. It's a AKS-74U.
Oh.
And this dude had a lot of ammo for this gun. Is this on full auto or is this on semi? Looks like it's on full auto.
Is it selectable on there, or is it's set the way it is when you get it and that's it?
No, it's selectable. I can look. Boop. Now it's semi. That's full auto. I also changed this reticle, but I don't know how. Whatever, dude. I'm gonna go hunting. All this gear is free anyways. I have too many AKs.
Hashtag AKs for days is now trending on Gunchannels.
Oh my god, dude. That firefight. Alright.
Oh.
This is empty.
Smeggy's talking shit.
Oh, Smeggy's been talking shenanigans.
Oh yeah. Calling you out. 10-second wonder with the hatchet.
I need shells, dude. Your shotgun's empty. You're a failure.
Are you doing it on voice comms in game?
No, I'm just yelling at nothing.
Oh. I used to do that. Run around and voice comm people after I killed them.
Dude's a failure, dude. He had like no shotgun ammo. Oh, balls. Oh, there they are. Crap, they're coming right after me. Oh, good, I'm not bleeding.
Yet.
Just open the door. Do a quick scan of the room and go away.
House guy is solid. Like he just came in looking like beef jerky. Wore out, covered in sweat. And I'm like, I changed the water bottle on the cooler. He's like, oh, thank God. He's like, I couldn't lift it right now. He just stuck his head into the spigot. He's like showering in the fucking water cooler right now. It's fucking hilarious. I know what he's thinking while he's outside too. I can't wait for November. It'll just be cold and wet all day.
Ah! Butts. The dude was like prone on the floor.
Loading screen.
Yeah, see, there's like those moments where it's like an intense amount of fun and then instantly ends.
It's not exactly instant gratification, though, is it?
No.
Instant stress peak. Followed by the calmness of the loading screen and the swaying light bulb.
Yep. With the nice, soft, friendly music playing. It's just like do 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 do. Making piano noises, and I'm like moving my hands around like I'm playing a piano like a retard.
Wow, she was very thorough. Awesome. I'm gonna hook this chick up. Jesus, come on, Windows, stop being derpy.
Huh, I had 2 magazines on me. Who knew? That magazine sucks. That one's terrible. And, ooh. Oh, those are actually harder to get. Dudes are like making a mad dash around. I have no ranged weapons. No, no. Look. Out. Mother.
Another shot. Oh, there's a number.
Eh.
Oh, her name is Janie. Okay. Guess I should probably put that in there. Yeah. I'll do. Come on. And 7 target.
I'll take a Makarov in with me with only 3 magazines. Because I need to clear out this inventory. Should probably just sell my inventory and actually benefit instead of just throwing it away.
Oh, wait, I gotta put this in. She closes her emails the same way she talks on the phone. She says that same thing that crazy chick in Fallout 4 does. Have a wonderful day. Oh God, no. Don't say those words. I shotgun that chick in the face.
Now, if I could make it across, I have a shotgun waiting for me.
Sometimes I look at the hard drive light on my work computer and go, what could it possibly be thinking about all day since the moment I turned it on? It's not Windows 10, so it's not doing updates.
Oh, that guy's got a scav pack. Here we go. Don't you run from me. He's running around.
Lindsey Graham says there will be holy hell to pay if Jeff Sessions is fired. Which is really funny because Lindsey Graham was one of the biggest critics against Jeff Sessions' nomination in the first place. Jeff Bezos named the richest person in the world. Duh.
Man. That hatchet dude almost got himself a shotgun. I spun around at like the last second and domed him.
Yeah, put his visage against the wall.
Yeah, dude, that's scary. Like, I saw the wind up too. Like, I saw the hatchet go back, and I'm like, oh no, and just like, don't.
Lap.
Yeah. Because I have a crappy pump action shotgun, so it's like not
Yeah, but
semi-auto.
you see
So it's
it
like shotguns are good, but like the ones that are really good, they're semi-auto shotguns.
The M1014.
Oh god, you guys friends? What the heck? What hit me? Something literally smacked me so hard it like plugged me against the wall. Check, am I bleeding? Oh, my arm's just a little hurt.
I was just thinking about Grandpa Time hasn't showed back up yet.
Ah.
Yep.
Oh, there you are. You missed your bump opportunity like
Sorry.
40 minutes ago.
I got family over.
Yeah. The kind that don't smack you in the back of the head?
They will.
Did they bring food at least?
No, they made abundia.
Didn't bring a beer either?
Nah, that kind of. They're not like that.
You should disown them and kick them out then.
They kicked my head.
There's family and then there's mi familia. Then there's your dead to me. Get out. No, it's okay. Jonas picked up for you. Got it.
Jonas, the man with the dress.
Yep, Jen.
Hey, you should listen to Mass Chat on your way home.
I'll see if I can get it to load up. Like I drive out. Well, yeah, I sort of drive out in the country to get home, so it sucks. I know it's funny, but yeah, I'm in the west side of Houston, so it's like there's a lot of trees and shit out here. Just enough.
We watching Days of Our Lives, bro.
Who's watching that?
My brother was watching ESPN, the recording.
Yeah.
And then they went through Days of Our Lives for some reason.
Before it broke into da-da-da, da-da-da. Irving wants to go to New York. Still wants to go to New York. Not going to do him any good. It's not going to fucking play well under Jeff Hornacek. Nobody is. Should have made Patrick Ewing the head coach.
Did Flip Easter go to him?
Nah, I'm just kind of losing stuff now. I spawned in and got like double shotgun from like 2 different sides.
What? That's a shitty spawn.
Yeah, that one really sucked.
That's some Battlefield #1 spawn right here.
Dude, I used to love spawn camping. Piss off so many people. Remember this one
Battlefield.
dude? He had a wall hack and aimbot. So like the countdown started before the battle began, and this dude, he was on my team. He was like, "Watch this." I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Tactical nuke in 10 seconds." I'm like, "You're fucking kidding me." Battle started, and all of a sudden, I just saw like the team list rack up headshots. And I'm like, "Holy shit!" He had an M60E4, so every shot was a headshot, and in 10 seconds, he had 25 kills. Because the respawn timer on the server was like 1. And then he dropped the tactical nuke. I was like, "That's so gay."
I never understood the point of fucking cheating.
Just to annoy people. As soon as I got started doing something, fucking phone rang again. Maybe some dipshit probably called me 3 times today and still can't spell out the company name. They're back.
I don't even know what that dude had. Don't even care. Door's not supposed to be open.
Get the shit and leave, Flippy.
Dude. I just want a shotgun folks in the mouth.
You got a pump now or auto?
It's still a pump. I think I lost my last auto.
I think you can sell it for parts and stuff like that.
Man! That's why the pumps suck. It takes like forever to cock it again. Stupid knife guy.
Sorry.
Well, that's all good. I'm clearing out my inventory. What's a gun I'd never play with or care about? Where's that Tuckeroff? Bags and bags.
Alright.
Alright. We're now on Tokaroff channels. Being shot in the back immediately.
Did you lose all your AKs for days?
Huh? No, I still have AK. Wow, I took hard hits, dude. Like, I'm bleeding from everywhere. I'm gonna be dead in like minutes.
Get shotgun blapped again.
I don't know, like someone just opened up down this hallway and like wrecked me. No point in me wasting my IFAC.
This game reminds me of Modern Warfare. First time I played it.
Noob tubes and aimbots. Actually, it got worse. It turned into bunny tubers. I used to hate that shit. People would jump around a corner with the noob tube, so while they're in the air, they're coming around the corner, pointing down where you're crouched, and hit you with like a 203. And somehow they don't take any damage from it. You're like, what? They make really cool replays though. I had a friend who did that. Damn it. Amazon corporate zombie call. How annoying. Maybe get up, go all the way over there. Nobody said shit on the other end. Getting grumpy. Need to maximize my chance.
Hey, you got that fan on you?
Two of them. Why, can you hear it?
Yeah.
Alright. Trying to get in between the two of them so the streams go past either side of me. Sometimes it doesn't work. Like, I never play these things back, so I don't know how loud it is. I got it on low speed too.
Oh yeah, today Scotty and Fig were gonna go to that trigger con today.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd jump in from there live or something. Footage.
Last night Pink jumped in with everybody in the background.
Yeah. Proof of Pink. That was funny. That Amazon corporate call's hilarious. They didn't even call back. Yeah, like, maybe it was Jeff Bezos. Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. You sell on my service. Thank you for making me the richest man in the world. I'll be hopping on my corporate jet later to enjoy some cocaine and hookers on my way to Barbados, where I'm going to have dinner with Rihanna. Then I'm going to go on a 3-hour tour in the USS Missouri.
I always wanted one of those Marine Corps river boats.
Yeah.
With the minigun.
Oh, you're talking about like a riverboat type thing? Flat bottom? Patrol boat?
No,
Trigger finger hurts.
Oh, huh. Who knew? I did still have a
got somebody?
semi-auto shotgun.
Don't use it, Flippy.
Nah, I would use it because I'm having like the worst luck with guns right now. So
You should just run around with grenades and start aiming down hallways.
it's like this item called like the T pouch or something, which I need to get one because it like holds all your keys and maps and stuff. What? Did I just lose my shotgun without even playing?
That may have just been the case. Are you at the loading screen?
Yeah, it didn't even load me in, and it was just like, "Oh, you abandoned your post. You abandoned the map." It was like, "What?"
Your shotgun now belongs to Negan.
Yeah. Just a group of
Yeah.
a group of scavs out there just being like, "Oh, I'm Negan."
Right.
Don't you know you're black too? Well, this hat will tell you otherwise.
I'll be happy in about 1 hour. It's just what the hell am I going to do in the hour? For the hour. In the meantime.
Where did Jonas go?
He left about an hour ago. Hit the bump and was just like, I gotta go. Can't hang out here all day. It's not us. It's not me. It's not Jimmy. It's not, well, I was gonna say Tony, but Tony takes half the day off, so. My channel surpassed 10,000 views this morning, which I thought was kind of cool, but things aren't done by views, they're done by subscriber count, so.
Monetize.
It's a start, I guess. Gotta do a video on this Model 10 before I turn it over to a friend of mine. I let him have it. One thing that's really annoying about blue guns is how your fingerprints get dirt. They just dirty the shit out of the finish instantly. You just touch it and it's ruined. You gotta clean it, wipe it down. Kind of finicky about stuff like that. Did a really good job on the finish though. I'm starting to wonder if there's more history to that gun than I originally thought of too, because it says like Smith & Wesson on the side of the frame, on the opposite side of the crane, but it also has a couple of words in Spanish. Like I wonder if it was made for a police station or police force down here, or San Antonio or something. But it's like, I think the same thing is written twice, once in English, once in Spanish, and none of my other Smiths have that. Which might explain the different cylinder on it. You sure that's for me? You sure that's for me? Oh, it is. Never mind. Yeah, definitely. It's got a barcode on it.
Some men just want to watch the world burn, I guess.
Mr. Wayne. He was the best Alfred.
Yeah, he was.
I mean,
Like, new Alfred isn't great.
Wait, there's a new one?
Yeah. Step forward, you dirty scab. Do it.
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. You're talking about the new one with Ben Affleck. There's new. No. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't watched it.
Whatever. I killed that guy by blowing his arm off.
The first one was good too. During the Michael Keaton era, that guy wasn't too bad. But I think Michael Keaton was the best one. First was
Oh god, that guy wasn't dead.
he's missing an arm, but he's not dead.
Oh, they're trying to flank me, bro. God.
Concentrate, flip.
I need to retreat to better known ground. Serious.
Doesn't Atomic 1 come out tomorrow? Or today?
Where's
Let me go check.
I think I won. Wow, I did win. He had morphine.
Oh yeah.
Aha.
Yep, opening today. The fuck? They made an emoji movie?
Yep. That's a thing.
James Corden's in it.
Where'd that shot come from?
Damn, there's a lot of movies I need to see, actually. Dunkirk, Spider-Man, War with Planet of the Apes.
Spider-Man's pretty good. You got a pump. Well, you have a flashlight on your pump. Screw this one. That's kind of
I
fun.
do want to see Baby Driver, too. I think it's a stupid name, but...
Yeah, that's a really dumb name.
From the trailers and everything I've seen, it actually looks... It's caught my interest. That now is like Kevin Spacey's characters.
Kevin Spacey's in it?
Yeah. He's like the guy who basically hires or trains this kid that's the new driver or whatever.
Oh, God. Did I get hit? I got hit hard. I hacked my arm. Fixed my chest.
Going back.
Found like 5 bottles of morphine.
Take the bath salts, go into war.
Back in this fight.
Yeah. Got the bath salts, we're going to war.
Dude. Oh, I should probably search his backpack. Because apparently everyone in this stupid map has shotguns.
I think I'm going to the pub afterward.
And a grenade.
Good idea. Take my old man, grab a couple of brews. 1 hour. Because we are now almost at the top of the hour.
Closer to the mic.
Huh?
Speak into the mic, John.
Sorry, I was just talking to myself mainly.
Somebody else.
No, I'm just planning my evening out loud.
Dear.
Oh, God. Man, it's frustrating. I got him in the leg, but I didn't kill him.
Well, Knives, since your bump got done multiple times, why don't you go ahead and tell all the nice folks out there what's coming on tonight at Gunchannels?
I don't know what's going on Gunchannels right now.
Slacker. Daily Gun Show is coming up in 2 hours' time, followed by, I believe, Shooting Left of Center is this week. Been wrapped up tonight by Clover Tech's Thursday Night Late Chat on Gunchannels tonight.
Oh, yeah, there's the lobby.
There's always a lobby.
Hosted by me, Mr. Knives.
Yay, you're like the new Pink.
Here comes mine.
With any luck, it'll be livelier than the day shows, but today's shows get a mulligan because most of us are at work, which is why y'all can't join the panel. Me back one.
I'm at work right now.
I technically am at work. And I'm hosting from home. I think I started it early today, so it's only going to go for another 30 or 40 minutes. Which means I'll spare all of you more incessant noise from me.
Oh, whoops. My stream ended.
Oh, yeah, dude, that thing was off for like an hour.
Oh, so you got to miss out on all the cool and exciting shenanigans that literally just happened.
Yeah, like first when you were talking about what you were doing, I thought, oh, maybe it's just lag on my end. Because nobody in the chat said they couldn't see anything.
The game restarted, and I guess I didn't post it again after it restarted.
Here comes the
An immediate shotgunning to the back.
don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com. We got patches, we got stickers, we also got bayonets for AK bayonets needs. Also, we got hoodies, shirts, and Gear Website shirts. Don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com. Yay.
Yeah, it'd be like Tombo Dad. Like, we'll leave the light on for you.
We'll leave the light on for you.
Actually, Flippy will leave the light on for you every time he goes back to the loading screen.
Yeah, which is going to happen a lot. Less than you would like, but more than you'd hope for.
Oh, yeah. D27.
Flippy will get the hang of it.
It's not bad. This is a shot. This is one of those like shot games where it's just gank or beat gank. You know,
Yep.
head on a swivel. I mean, it's almost, well, the pace is definitely slower than Team Fortress 3, but like your average lifespan is about the same. What was that one game that came out that was just like Team Fortress recently? Had all these cartoony characters. I think Microsoft made it.
Oh, we've lost
Overwatch?
Microsoft made it.
Overwatch or something like
Overwatch is made by Blizzard.
that. Is that the game I'm thinking of though? Where it's kind of like Team Fortress 4?
Kind of. There's like a bunch of characters.
Yeah. Like, that sort of died off kind of quick.
Overwatch? Nah, dude, Overwatch is still going real strong.
Really?
Yeah.
They doing tournaments and stuff for it? That dude got really close to you. And
Get him, Flippy! Oh, what the fuck?
A guy with a real gun showed up and put an end to that monkey knife fight.
probably put an end to both of y'all.
No, he did. That monkey knife fight ended right there.
Most of y'all died.
I saw a bald head, forearms, a bit of blood, and then just fade to black.
Yeah, that was great. Just straight up. Like, I swing, hit him in the shoulder with my axe, and then just my screen gets covered in red. And I'm like, oh. I hear like a boom. Screen's red, and I'm like, oh no.
We're going back to Boeing.
Yep. Going back to fading black. Ah.
So how are these guys ending up with a shit ton of like body gear that you can't seem to get?
Because you can buy it.
Okay. I thought maybe they were just camping hard.
There's both. You can buy it. Not all of the people in this are players. A lot of them are. There's like 1 to 7 players per map, and the rest of it is bots.
Okay, so they flood the map with a bunch of targets.
Yeah, so bots will have gear on them. Or you can spawn in as a scav every hour. And as a scav, you get a random gun, a random like loadout, and you're just basically told to have fun. If you survive as a scav, you then like get to keep all the gear that you accumulated throughout that play.
So it's like a mercy spawn-in type thing, and if you're successful, that's your reward.
Yeah, it's basically your Hail Mary. Like, oh, I'm out of everything.
All right, we'll give you this loadout here.
If you don't want to do the hatchet grind, that's your only option.
Is that like a standard weapon, like for everybody? Is that?
Hatchet? No,
Yeah.
this was if you paid $130.
Okay. Okay, so that was part of the buy-in thing.
Yeah. If you don't have a hatchet, you have a knife, or like a Bowie knife, or like or a combat knife, or like a bayonet.
Shit, for $130, they should have given you a damn shotgun.
Well, you get like a bunch of backpacks and money.
That's cool.
You get backpacks full of money.
So, like, obviously this is the PvP part, but is there going to be like a campaign mode too?
Nah, it's all gonna be like this. What?
Damn, that dude was like extreme close-up.
That was retarded.
Yeah, you got that dude, man.
Yeah,
That
the
would
game
look like Trent Reznor.
the game bugged. He went inside me and blew my brains out. Like, he backed up through me and then killed me when I was swinging at him. That's cool.
He was
Alpha.
inside of you, man. What the fuck?
You got gamed by Trent Reznor.
Ah, dude, spread dirt rolling around.
I think he had aviators on too.
He's like, I want your boots, your motorcycle, and your shotgun.
But I'll take your trousers.
Yeah, I'll take your trousers.
Also,
And the early days of the alpha, what people were doing was collecting hatchets, which was great because, like, when I die, you can pick up my hatchet, and then now you have a hatchet. Like, you would like see YouTubers, and on their inventory, at the bottom of their inventory, would just be like 10 hatchets. Don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Check the body. Check the body. Got you. What?
You got blapped.
How'd I miss? I hit him in the shoulder and not the forehead. Ah, it's retarded.
He saw you the whole time.
Nah, he didn't. He didn't notice me until he bent down to pick up the body. Cool thing is, apparently 545 keeps a person at farther away than arm's length when you get hit with it.
That's frustrating right there. It's like, you're not respawning on the same map with the same players, are you? It's having a rematchmaker you every time.
Yeah. Sometimes I've had it where sometimes it put me back in the same map I literally just died from.
Did it load quickly? Or is it the same kind of thing?
Well, I mean, it's like one map, so it loads really quick. It's just connecting.
See, that's why I thought it was like division, because I'm looking at that status thing on the bottom, and it's like almost identical to it.
Yeah, I also love how like minimal the HUD is. Like there is no HUD. You have your little dude on the far left. It's like, oh, you're crouched. Or...
That guy looking at you?
That guy's either going. We just did the like hanky panky, so he's either going to murder me or like go on his very own way.
Down with the wiggle code.
Yeah, the hatchet man dance.
Yeah. Well, you ain't dead yet, so I guess he took it.
Yeah. They're also talking about how they're not going to add. This is going to be like co-op stuff where you can like.
Oh, I saw that.
Forehead, dude. That wasn't even.
That was an extreme flap.
Yeah, that wasn't even right. That dude had a silence Makarov too. But so you could do like co-op stuff where like you can have teams with you. But it's not gonna like post your name above your head or anything like that. So like the only way you end friendly fire will always be on. So the only way to know that people are on your like crew is like special armbands. So you have like a split second to be like, armband? No armband? Yeah.
Kind of realistic if you think about it. I mean, we got around that whole thing by wearing IR. Start with the next two.
What is going on? It's now telling me like I'm constantly leaving matches. Confirm leave. Yeah, it's live.
Yeah, well, I'm out. You guys have a good day.
Okay.
Good luck with that, Flippy.
I turned and looked at the screen just in time to watch you spin around and fade to black.
Yep.
Like my initial reaction was, again?
Yep. I didn't get out of my running animation fast enough to swing the hatchet.
Knives have to retreat back to family time.
Yep.
Raphael, Blink is the same. You might want to jump in before we run out of time. You can tell us this tale of a dead Buick outside. I'll take my time with these last two because I'm kind of tired. Oh man, the heat just wears you out. Like it's not hot in here. It's warm enough. It's like I'm all sleepy now. Even after eating, putting down like 4 gallons of water today.
Yeah. Let's say about the heat. It just like,
Just sucks the
man,
life
it
out
just
of you.
burns you out. Yeah.
What's really weird is these days, I remember it being like this when I was a kid. I'd go to like the community pool or whatever every day. But it's like, I'm standing out in the sunlight, my skin burns. Like it hurts. It feels like I've got a match near my skin. That kind of burning sensation. And it's like, I don't think it was like that before. I'm not saying this is a whole ozone layer thing or whatever, but it's like, I think I've become less tolerant to radiant heat. when I was a kid, it wasn't a big deal because I was in the water all day, which made me sunburned faster, I guess. But since I went every day for like 3 or 4 hours a day, like I was dark, man. Like people thought I was Puerto Rican or Hispanic when I was growing up because I was super dark. Now I'm not. Pasty as shit now.
Yeah.
I used to be dark. Like I used to be darker than this box.
Yeah. Back when I was a kid and forced to be outside all the time, like my hair was like bleach blonde.
Mine would turn red. But yeah, I know the feeling. It's like, and it supposedly wasn't good for your hair or whatever, but I mean, it turned out okay in the end. That I do have actual Irish heritage, so like my chin hairs are red, most of them. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, like my beard is all blonde, red, brown, and gray.
You got grays already.
Oh, I have lots of gray. Like the hair on top of my head is like a huge chunk of it's gray.
See, what's really weird is like I found the first 2 gray hairs in my head last Friday. They were on the side by my ears, and then it's where your sideburns are. So like I cut the sideburns off and I shaved it real short. I think it was in there because I haven't seen it since. It's been 6 days. So hopefully it's in that part that I like to cut short anyway. But I freaked out, man, because I found gray hairs in my nose this year, like January. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I saw them on the side of my head. What the fuck? Too sick for this shit.
Yeah, I mean it was just something I never really cared about it. Didn't really worry about it. I still don't really care about it. It's like whatever. My hair is gray. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm over it. It's just, I guess the first identification of it freaked me out. Which is funny because my dad's like all gray, you know. Like, I keep telling him, I'm like, quit dyeing your hair. And then he's like really sort of thin balding at the top. So I'm like, why don't you just shave your head and grow a goatee? I was like, it'll make you look a lot younger. He won't do it. He's like so stubborn about shaving your head. I'm like, quit clinging on to that 5 strands of hair in your head.
Man, when it's your last 5 strands, you gotta cling on though.
Oh, he's got the toilet bowl ring around the side of the head, you know. But on the top, there ain't much there. It's like, why bother now? He can't. He used to make an excuse when he had a little bit more hair that there were scars on his scalp, and it's like I'm looking at his scalp and I'm like, there's no scars here. You should be able to see this in the bathroom every time you wash your face. Stubborn. Plus, he's losing his mind, so. I hate saying that, but it's just he won't do anything about it. Apparently, I don't have power of attorney over his medical decisions yet. Otherwise, I'd have had him put in and checked out, where he couldn't say no. It's not like I'm not to get him or anything. Fucking figure out how it is. Guess it probably wouldn't hurt if I gave him a couple of grandkids before it's too late too.
Yeah, there's that.
Oh, I have a taste for shitty women, so that's been my track record so far. Many a cheater.
Yeah, can't much say that my track record has been stellar.
I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm sort of like at that part in my life where I'm like, you know what? It's only half my fault. Realistically, it is. It's only half your fault.
I don't know. I suspect it being even less of my fault.
Well, yeah, because you had our whole family against you.
Yeah.
It's like being outnumbered all the time. Like, how did your folks take to the way her folks treated you? I mean, did they kind of notice it too?
Well, my family and her family never got around each other.
Oh. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Like I'm terrified of letting my girls folks meet my folks because my mom is so judgmental. So
Yeah, I was at one point, and I just kind of was like, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's get it over with.
having a Korean mother is pretty stressful. They're very, very judgmental people. It's just genetic. They're born with it. I have it a little bit because I'm part of her. The one thing that really surprised me though in my lifetime so far is how accepting my mother was when she found out that I was a gun owner. See, I'm gonna bring this to a gun topic, one way or another. The day she found out that I was a gun owner was the day that my dad went into diabetic shock. It was a couple of years ago. I had to rush him to the hospital at like 2 in the morning. And it was downtown. And I'll happily admit downtown Houston is a fucking cesspool after a certain hour. And sure as shit, I took my dad to the emergency room. I had to park the car 3 blocks away. And as I was walking there, I got hit up by like every fucking panhandler. Just probably criminal element I could think of. And I kept my PPK in my pocket the entire time. Walked in the hospital, didn't tell anybody about it, just sat there. Finally released my dad at about 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. Take him home. Still hadn't gone to bed yet. And when we got home, she goes, "Weren't you scared about all those people out in the parking lot, out in the streets?" I'm like, no. She was like, "What if somebody attacked you?" And I just reached in my pocket, took my gun out, put it on the table without even thinking because I was exhausted. And I was like, "I got this." She just looked at me. She's like, "Is that yours?" And I'm like, "Of course it's mine."
No, it's yours. So it was in my pocket.
And I was like, "I'm going to bed." She's like, "Okay." I left it there on the kitchen table, or on the living room table. And then she talked to my dad while I was asleep. She goes, "Did you know he owns a gun?" He looks at my mom and he goes, "He owns 7 guns." At the time. She was like, "Why didn't he tell me?" He said, "Because he didn't want you to panic." She goes, "I'm really glad he brought it there tonight, or last night, when he took you to the hospital." She goes, "I was worried something was going to happen." He's like, "No, I think he's got it pretty sorted out. He's licensed to carry too." She didn't say nothing after that. The only thing she requests that I do is not tote them around the house all the time, which that's fine. It's like, I know you have them, but you don't have to flaunt them around the house, which I never do anyway. It's just, I think she was saying that to prove a point. She's still trying to make rules in my house. It's really funny. Like one time we got into an argument, and I told her, I was like, "I'll tell you what." She goes, "What's that?" "I'll let you make the rules of this house when you start paying the property taxes on it." She was like, "Nope." That wasn't happening.
Yeah. Well, all in all, I did learn a very valuable lesson. That is,
Like the family of whoever you're with.
yep. Because if you don't like their family from the start,
They'll conspire against you the entire time.
Yeah, and it's not going to go anywhere good.
Yep, that's true. That is good advice for you out there listening. If you guys are at a level where you're with somebody that long,
Because like
with their family, you're fucked.
Because man, initially when their mother was always like not nice to me, I was like, whatever. And her brother wasn't like my biggest fan either. I was just like, whatever. I like her. She likes me. That's all that matters. Oh.
Yeah. You know what? There's a caveat to that because if their family's very non-invasive, and you're in that situation, it's fine because you probably never see them anyway, right? Usually works really well with people who have family out of state. Like if she came to school here from New York or something, right? But I mean, if they're invasive type people where they want to be involved with her all the time or whatever because they're close, then yeah, you're screwed because they'll always conspire against you because they never approved of you. You were never good enough for their little girl or whatever. So they're going to constantly talk shit about you. Or they'll make mountains out of molehills. Some little fight might happen and they'll think, oh, that's it. You can't trust them. You can't do, They make a big deal out of little things just to try to sway their decision.
Yeah.
What's
Initially,
really funny is they don't benefit from it, so why do they do it?
I don't know. And like, they all kind of hate each other too, is the other thing, which is weird.
Yeah.
The whole situation's weird.
My fiance was like that too. Like I had to sit down with her family one time, and I'm like, look, you guys don't really like me, and that's fine. I was like, but you guys don't even like each other, and so you can sort out your own personal problems. I was like, quit trying to get involved in ours. And then from that discussion, they convinced her that I was a control freak. So I snapped that shit clean. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, you marry them. I'm out of here.
Yeah, and there'd be several times throughout the relationship where I'd hear, well, my mother thinks it's this way, and it's like, okay, and
Yeah, it's like you're
I
an
don't
adult.
get it.
Think for yourself.
Yeah, it's like, because the whole thing too is just like, whenever we'd have any, and this is becoming ex-marriage channels, but whenever we'd have like any type of stupid fight or whatever, or like any type of disagreement, it would be like she would immediately run off to her mother or her brother so that they would tell her that she's right. And then she'd be like, my family says I'm right. It's like, okay, that's cool. I don't know why you're trying to do this who's right and who's wrong thing.
Right.
We're on the same team, but okay. They're not. But either way. Yeah.
It's okay.
So
I was
was
a
something-
psychology major for relationship therapy, so this is nothing new to me.
So that was something I learned that, man, next wife is, I'm going to like her family,
Yep.
or they're going to be a family out of state and they don't talk.
Yep. So, Jerry Mitchell's daughter. That would be epic. Actually, Keith Warren's daughter would be pretty awesome, too. She's pretty good looking.
I don't know. I think Jerry Michaelec's daughter is like too old.
I think she is, too.
Isn't she like in her 40s?
I think so. So she's probably disqualified. But, well, let's see. We're going to go down this rabbit hole.
I don't know. 10 years up seems too much. 10 years down.
Maybe. Okay.
Another 2 years, 10 years down will be fine. I do a little quick bit of math.
I'm sitting there thinking 15, 16 years is fine for me. Actually, the girl that I met at the German restaurant, she's half my age, but she's still an adult. She's 19.
Yeah. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, that 19 age and up, I'm fine with until you start going to, like, 39. And then I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
Seems
Like, I
too
don't
old
know.
to me right now.
I don't think I'm going to date her because it's just too awkward for me. But if she insists, I'm not going to say no. It'd be like that moment in Sherlock Holmes. You're like, okay, Sherlock. She goes, no, I insist. The lady insists.
Yeah.
I am not going to say no if the lady insists. I will not tell her about what I think about the tan line where the engagement ring used to be. She's only 19, so she ain't got that yet.
Wait, she has a tan line where an engagement ring was?
On in Sherlock Holmes, Watson's.
Oh, okay. I was like, I thought you meant this 19-year-old that you talked to. I was like, what?
She's in college. She's just sorting out who she is or whatever.
It's like, man, that was quick and ended quick.
Oh no, I had my current girlfriend. She's 37. She's a year younger than me, and she was actually technically engaged to the father of her son when she was 16, because she was pregnant at 16. So the guy was like, at first everything seemed like on the up and up, like he was going to be responsible because they were the same age. And Yeah, that ship sailed real quick. The kid was born. He started becoming a dick. Then they found out the kid was autistic, like severely autistic, and he disappeared. So, but she would have married right out of high school.
Yeah. My ex-wife and I got married while she was still in high school.
See, it's not so awkward, is it?
Well, it wasn't because she was like online high school because she dropped out. But we met when she was 18, and then we got married when she turned 9, like before she was 19.
So she was just finishing up a degree.
No, she was like. What ended up happening was her dad or her grandpa got really sick, and then so she dropped out of high school to like help take care of him, and then he died, and then she went back to high school but online.
Yeah.
And she didn't really work on that, so I think she was either a junior or the one before a junior.
Sophomore?
Yeah, she was either a sophomore or a junior.
Okay, so she took care of him for several years.
Yeah, she took care of him for about like a year and a half or so. I can't remember how long it was, but she took care of him for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only ones in that family who liked me was her grandmother. Like it was kind of weird. Like when I went to drop off her stuff, her grandmother came out. Her grandmother just started hugging me, and she was like, started crying, and she's like, "I'm so sorry this happened to you. I can't believe this happened. I'm so sorry." And I'm like, "Yo, you need to chill, ma'am. It's not your fault."
Nah, she's just being sympathetic and good people, though. That's cool. That's really cool. See, like with my fiance at the time, her grandmother was the only one that kind of liked me either. Her mother tolerated me. Her stepfather tolerated me. Her uncles tolerated me because, well, I picked him up from the bar. But man, it's weird. Like her grandmother went vicious when she found out that she cheated on me. Right? She gave her own granddaughter a hard time. Then she gave her mother a hard time. But then she turned on me too. And I'm like, okay, she's just lashing out. So,
yeah.
She died a couple of years later. Miserable.
Yeah, like a month after all this, her grandmother ended up kicking her out. It was like, all right, enough of you, get out.
She was lashing out too. Huh?
And then apparently things got patched up because she's back to living with her grandma again.
Blood's thicker than water.
I have no idea. Yeah, that whole situation was all just weird. Yeah, her mother, when I first met her mother handed me a pamphlet. Well, actually didn't even hand me. She was ignoring me. She handed her daughter a pamphlet on abusive boyfriends and how to know the difference.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and then like while I'm standing there awkwardly, like, hi, she's like, oh, I guess you can have this too. And then my ex-wife at the time tried to make it less awkward by being like, let's make this into a game. Let's sit down and both fill out our pamphlets. And I'm like, what is this? What am I doing? What? Like, that should have been a clear sign of, yo, things aren't right here, by the way. Yeah. And like, dude, like the first date I went on with her, she was late because she then told me, she's like, oh yeah, she's like, my brother stopped me and was telling me that I needed to not date you and that I shouldn't have anything to do with you and I should avoid you like the plague. And I'm like, I've met your brother like 3 times before this. What type of impression did I give your brother?
Are you like a physically big dude, like menacing in size or something?
Nah, dude, like I'm 5'11", and like at that time, I'm bigger now because I've been like actually actively working to get bigger, but no, like at that time I was like 5'11", 160 pounds. I wasn't menacing nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, my friend Chris had a hard time growing up because he was just a big dude. Like he had a 38-inch neck. He he always had a hard time with people's families because they thought he was like some sort of fucking hitman. So they got to know him. I've known him for 23 years. Gentle giant type. And he got that body shape because of his mom, who had the same body shape, who got it from her dad with the same body shape. And the really scary thing is all three of them have the exact same face too. Like the genes, his family are very strong.
They all just look the same. It's
They
just like
do.
they're all wearing different wigs.
Yes, exactly. Like there was a picture of his mom standing next to her dad, and he was like looking in a mirror, except he was in a suit and she was in a dress. I'm like, oh my god. And I'm sitting there thinking, your dad was hitting that, knowing that her face looks just like her father's. Her dad looks like, or her husband looks like Buddy Holly.
Nice.
But anyway. And then his son, my friend, who's the third generation, his son has the same face. Now he has a sister who sort of has the same face. And her kids don't. Like thankfully she found a man with stronger genes. Or she went full recessive. But I mean, she was like the odd one of the family anyway. She didn't quite look like the rest of her family in the face. Plus, she was tall and thin, where everyone else was like short and fat. Like she was genetically different than everybody else. Now her dad is short and thin, but everyone else in her family is like average or short and really overweight, muscular or body fat. But they were all heavy people. They don't know how she turned out that way. But then again, my dad can't figure out why I have red chin hair.
I don't know, man.
Because I was born on a military base in war conditions. What do we got? Oh, we have a clover tag. We'll be hosting a late show tonight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because I've been doing what's on Gunchannels tonight. I think I remember your Thursday shows as your wrap up for the late night.
Yeah. After hours will be 11 Eastern.
Excellent. Yeah, I heard it here first. Hot as hell, man. Oh, the container peaked out at 157 degrees today, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, that's why my coworker looked like death when he came in. I replaced the water bottle in our cooler twice today. Like he drank close to 10 gallons of water a day. I usually drink about 2, so that's why I went out twice.
Yeah. What's great is I now change my clothes whenever I'm like, I'm going to play video games. And I hop into like sweat clothes because that's just going to happen. Like, it's summer. There's nothing can be done about it. Full on wearing workout clothes just to play video games.
There you go. Now, most of my equipment's in a room that doesn't get AC because it's a converted room that used to be my garage. And they never plumbed the piping correctly. So when I replumbed the house, I didn't even bother with that room because it's usually just storage and my weightlifting stuff. And then my dad decided he wanted to make that his like computer room. And he just tolerates it throughout the day, early and late in the day. In the middle of the day, no one's in there. So when I work out in there, it has to be shorts. Otherwise, I would pass out. It's okay. Miss not having a garage though. It's another reason why I'm probably going to sell the place in the summer, next summer. Got to run a chop saw and cut out the deck in the backyard. I'm not going to do it board by board. That's for the birds. I might just cut it in big chunks. That's the right way to do it. I don't know how to answer that. Mel was talking about Patreon chat for Never Enough Ammo, but I don't recall him ever doing it on Thursdays, unless he's done them before. He's a panelist on shooting left or center, which I believe is this week. Next week I'll be shooting it, which is different. But if it's shooting left or center, then he probably won't because he's a panelist on his own or on Yankee show.
Yeah, I don't think Yankees back from his camping trip yet. Or somebody had said they didn't think he was going to be.
Well, he released a new video yesterday. It was a new holster he got for the 327 PC.
Yeah, but he's released them before when he was gone. I mean,
Oh, you mean like on a schedule?
if you pre-record and upload, you don't have to publish right away. So, I mean,
That's
it's real easy just to go in and publish it. So,
yeah,
I guess we'll see.
If not, then it's very likely something will go on tonight then.
Series 2 Apple Watches are now hitting pack swap. And someone's trying to sell PlayStation 4 for $160.
What? Well, shit, gentlemen. I'm gonna start closing down the shop. Chat will still run though, so you guys can have your pleasantries. It should run for a little bit longer. You'll probably see the warning before I do. But my machine's hosting at home, so I won't see it. I'll see you guys when I get home though.
All right.